everyone, it is VexMania. Thank you so much for joining me today. So today I am going to be hopping in with one of my absolutely favorite games, which is Crusader Kings 3. How can you hear me, by the way? I hope it's something where you can actually hear me a good bit, because it's very loud in my headphones. So let me just make sure. Hopefully that's good. So the thing I love about this game is it is absolutely hilarious because literally no game is the same ever. If you hop in with just about any historical character, I can show you. We have multiple places in history. We can hop in with famous rulers and various greats throughout history, and with them we can take a moment in their shoes and try and take off and essentially build a dynasty. So the really fun thing about this game is you pop in as the ruler, and from then on you control their life and their decisions, and as a monarch you control your kingdom, which means there's political affairs, there's going to war, there's so many different elements. This game can actually be kind of intimidating to some people because it can look very technical, which, don't get me wrong, it very well can be at some times, and I'm going to try and explain everything as I go, but it looks a lot more daunting than it is sometimes, in my opinion, and it's one of the funniest games there is because it has so many fantastic storytelling elements where these people are people, and that's the thing, is as opposed to so many strategy games that are out there and kind of like historical simulators and etc., or even just war games, there's very much the sense of strategy, there's very much the sense of war, etc., but there's very little of the people element and kind of like that role-playing side to the game. And I feel like CK3 and previously before that CK2 was really, really rich in that because it's absolutely fantastic. There's so many wonderful ways to really make every individual in the family structure that you end up building for your dynasty feel like unique. Game music is very loud for sure. How's that? Is that better? 60. How's that? Is that better? 60% better? Hopefully you can hear me. But yeah, I feel like this game is really fantastic with allowing every individual within the family structure to be unique. And because, okay, much better, cool. And because they can influence the family, you end up with so many things where, like, people have affairs, or you expect someone to act in line with the characterization they've always had, and then they just run off and do their own thing. So where should we start? There are 2 years we can start in, really. I mean, we can go anywhere in history, but I figured we'd start with one of the presets. We can start in 867 or 1066. We have many, many fantastic leaders to choose from. So in 867, we have essentially the northern invasion of England and Ireland. So we can start at the very hard end of things, which is Earl Alfred of Wessex. Which is trying to hold England against a massive invasion. And then you have various kind of invaders or Northmen who are coming in across the sea and doing various parts of invasion and various parts of conquest with that. And then same within that, you have kind of more of the European standpoint, kind of popping off this island and going back to the main structure of Europe. And yeah, so many, you can start off with very small estates, like you can start with just small countries, or you can even start with large swaths of kingdoms. So there's a huge diversity. Is there any opinion on that? We can do, like I said, 867. If we want to jump 200 years in the future, we have now kings of England, Scotland, Norway, Denmark, Normandy. I'm not, despite how much of this game I play, I'm not actually the strongest at history of an individual. Which is very funny, but is what it is. There's little descriptions though. Everyone, so for example, William the Bastard. Talking about House of Normandy. All these little bits of information. House of Normandy traced their lineage back to Norse Vikings and established themselves in the mainland of Europe over 200 years ago. Now William II dreams of leaving his family to rule the kingdom in England. He believes his status as successor to the throne was promised by the late King Edward and even recognized by Harold Godwinson himself. I don't know. However, now that Edward is gone, Harold has broken his oath and taken the crown for himself. So yes, many things. Many rich histories for every individual person. What I always appreciate when I see a female ruler, because that always makes it a lot harder, because people never like you. It really doesn't matter what culture, it really doesn't matter what religion. Usually if you're a chick, people are very pissed that you're in charge. So I've had many fun playthroughs, starting off with Duchess Matilda. This one I'm very familiar with. It's actually really funny seeing this as its whole own tab in CK3, because this actually, King Alfonso, is the tutorial in CK2. So this little family drama, because all of these individuals are members of the same family, after these three brothers, their father dies and his kingdom becomes split. So this area specifically tends to play out like a very dramatic soap opera, because it is quite truly brother against brother, cousins against cousins. The hard start is the sister who inherited like no land, but like does not trust her brothers whatsoever. Play her, do you mean Duchess Matilda, or do you mean Urraca? Because both have badass starts. Urraca is a hard start, and Matilda is medium start. Matilda? Hell yeah. Absolutely. Alright, so her intro, she's of the De Luca line. 20 years old, so young. It's always kind of better to start with a young ruler because you can control so much more of, like, where they go in their life. So by skill or circumstance, Matilda of Canossa is destined to inherit a substantial territory in northern Italy. She will move on to become a powerful and well-connected ruler, eventually rising to the unique rank of imperial vicar and vice queen of Italy. Long after her death, she shall remain a figure legendary for both her piousness and suspected witchcraft. Now I love the art. The loading screen can take a little bit with CK sometimes, but the art is always absolutely beautiful. Say spouses. Very important. Okay. So good, we're starting off paused. Okay, so there are a lot of little tabs and screens in CK. So this is why I know sometimes it can be really overwhelming for people, but in truth, the direction of the game can be really, really simple. It's just this is all a lot of different ways of kind of managing control or getting more information. So, like for example, got the whole map of the whole world as it is right now. So we are part of the Holy Roman Empire. You can see all of these countries around. However, obviously not everything is within diplomatic range. This is very, very far before even telephone. So this is all very, very isolated. Our diplomatic range is probably the Holy Roman Empire and perhaps a little bit beyond. Anywhere we have a little bit of connectivity to waterways, we'll have a better chance of communicating with. Okay, so to kind of break down the tabs, I'll get to the notifications up there in a second. The most important place I'm going to be referencing is our character screen, because that's going to tell me the most about kind of what's happening right now according to our player character, our monarch. So Duchess Matilda, 20 years old, Catholic Italian, part of the House Canossa, and unmarried. We will have to fix that, that's why it's harassing me. Because she doesn't have kids, and that's very important. So the way this game works as the way the game ends, so if you lose or if you die, it's because your bloodline, so member of family and dynasty, which is very important. That's very important that your kids are within your bloodline. Because when you die, obviously all the things that need to be inherited are inherited by your kids. If your kids aren't within your bloodline, your dynasty ends. So when the dynasty ends, the game is over. So you're essentially just trying to have your family be the most powerful motherfuckers in the world. And that's essentially what this game is. So it turns into this really grand, dramatic soap opera as you murder people or fuck people over to get what you want. It's absolutely wild as time progresses. And it's a very, like, in my opinion, laughable game because you have to be like morally gray, because the whole point is that nobles were crazy and people in this time, people throughout history have done whatever was necessary to maintain and achieve power. So it's kind of watching these nobles progressively do whatever it is they have to do to kind of like keep their line going. But so with Duchess Matilda in our character menu, luckily her stats are really decent. She doesn't actually have any poor stats. So her lowest thing is martial, but she's still pretty decent at it. So that's going to be her ability to handle things like warfare, and it's also going to have to do with a lot of things that end up being in her military tab. Diplomacy, that kind of covers a broad range of things, interacting with obviously anybody else within kind of diplomatic range, anyone we can talk to, all of our character interactions, whether or not you're good at making people just kind of like you off the bat, and whether or not you're kind of good at like talking your way into situations. Great talker, great diplomacy, very important to her. Stewardship, so that's pretty much how well you're going to be able to handle your realm and your land, so that's going to have to do with a lot of things on our realm tab, and things like taxes and our income are very heavily tied to stewardship. And even just in general, no matter how you play the game, not letting your stewardship tank is usually just a really, really good call, because being broke in this game means that nobody trusts you. A, because you don't have power. B, because the people who are under you, your vassals, people who are peasants who don't have power, they will come kill you if you're not making sure their basic needs are met, and if you're broke, you can't do that. So you'll end up with a lot more like riots, uprisings, people will start plotting factions against you and sending people to kill you. Speaking of that, we have the intrigue. So intrigue is going to deal with anything that has to do with schemes. And schemes can be hostile, or, well, they're all technically pretty hostile because they're all manipulative. So it'll be like trying to get people killed, so either through assassination or through manipulation. Can't trust those damn dirty pores. No, that is honestly such the mentality of this game, especially if you have to ask your head of faith. So whatever religion you are, you can ask your head of faith for gold usually. And like, everyone is kind of like, when you have to ask for money, they're like, really? Unless you're really wealthy. If you're really wealthy and you're asking for money, then everyone's like, ah, yes, what a lucrative person. And it's just like, too real. But yeah, so intrigue for her, that's gonna have to do with a lot of things under the intrigue tab, obviously. And then learning mostly has to do with these down here. So whether our culture is thriving, I'm actually apparently the head of this culture, Italians. So me having a good learning skill affects what technology we're going to discover, because whether or not I care about being educated means whether I care about education and science advancing. So the more smarticle I am, the more I end up like progressing things for my people. So, and it's cool because it's not necessarily within just like land borders with that, it's everyone within your culture. So that can extend to so many people in so many different countries, especially as the game progresses and everything gets a lot more blurred and people start really going places. Because the game kind of starts off as a historical simulator where you're like, oh, here's the slice of history. You're starting as like this duchess in this part, and this is a real person in history. This is someone who, at this point in time, this is what was going on in their life. And then the minute you take over, the game just runs history off the rails and everything changes. So it's really funny to see what can happen with that. All right, so Italian culture. It's good to know, culture head, that will affect things because we do really want to make sure we advance technology. The reason that's important is because it affects a lot of things. So whether or not we can do coinage rights, which means we can affect whether or not people can print currency without us, so we can control the money more. Unlocks more buildings, so in other words, we can build both our we can build our structures better, so we can add more infrastructure in my countries, etc., etc. So just in general, advancing the education of our culture is very important. So outside of the character tab, we also have income, which is really important. So it'll tell me where I'm spending money and where I'm gaining money. Luckily right now we're making a really good amount of money a month, because this means if we're making if you're making more than 10 gold a month, you get up to 100 gold fairly quickly, and 100 gold is usually about kind of like the money modifier when you have more flexibility to start like really doing things. Prestige breaks down to how famous you are as an individual. It's you as a person. Do people know who you are? Do you have a good reputation? When people hear your name, do they recognize it? So as a leader, especially on a global scale at this point in time, you need to have notoriety. If you want to send someone a letter or make a request or get an alliance, if people don't respect you, they're not going to want to work with you, they're not going to trust you, and they're definitely not going to let you lead them. So prestige is extremely important. Every stat is important. I'm probably going to say that about everything, because this game can be a lot about balance. And if you're going to be jipping somewhere else, that's fine, but you need to be compensating for it somewhere else. Piety. So that's just whether or not your church that you are a part of likes you. So whether or not you're doing things that the church is like, what a good person, or if you work with temples directly and either like give money to the church, or when they ask you for favors, are you like, sure, you don't have to pay your taxes this year. It's usually that. They usually ask just for money. It's usually the church being like, don't make us pay you money, even though they're the richest people who can give you money every time. Renown. So this is like prestige, except it has to do for your family. So prestige, or renown is essentially the prestige for your dynasty. So whether or not your family name means anything. And obviously if you come from an amazing family, more people are going to want to marry into your family, more people are going to want to make alliances. It's going to be easier for you to throw your weight around, essentially, because even if your prestige is struggling, because say you're a new ruler or the previous monarch just died, so now you're essentially starting from square one diplomacy-wise with making everybody who's a minor character like you, it can be really good to be like, oh, but I'm from the Canossa family, of course I should be important. And some people will be like, no, that's legit, the Canossas are pretty cool. Then we have our military. That's pretty straightforward, how many soldiers do we have. And then this has to do with the quality. They're decent. We haven't really worked it up right now, obviously, so it's still pretty subpar. And then domain is how many properties I personally can own and have titles for. So certain titles come with land, and if I have too much land, I as an individual can't govern all of it. So this is another thing that's tied to your stewardship skill. Being able to really have a high stewardship means that you have more land that you can personally oversee without things being run amok. That is really, really helpful to get built up if you are at a point in time where you think your family needs to worry about money. Just diving in and having like an entire generation that focuses on just infrastructure is always really, really good. And I always tend to play this game because like I'm one of those people where it's like doing bad things in video games makes me feel bad. So I can never just like be like, fuck the peasants. I'm like, oh God, as a ruler, it is my right to oversee my people. So I always try to be like really considerate of like the peasants, because I obviously feel like they got a really rough lot. So I try to be like really mindful of them as much as possible when I can. I try not to like starve my people and etc, etc. So right now the political map, so it's in realms, so that makes it easy because I'm able to see Tuscany, so that's all of me. This is all of my land, my domain. It's mine. And you can see everybody else. Papacy, I'm literally right next door to the Pope. That's been really helpful some playthroughs. It's been really terrible some others. It all depends on whether or not we end up having a good relationship. So, realm. I've got a good amount of structure. Right now it looks like County of Firenze is my most profitable, although I think that's because, yeah, that's my capital. So that's making the most money for me. Although within this duchy, looks like I can still, this is the thing that's really good about this. See, there's a lot of them with empty holdings. So empty holdings are great because that means that is buildings within my control. Infrastructure is amazing, but infrastructure that I get to decide is even better, because sometimes NPCs are like, you know what we need? Another church, when they already have like 3 churches and you're really not going to get any more benefits from that. But you know what would be helpful? A city, because cities make money, but the NPCs are like, no, we need another church. So being able to control holdings is great. Because like here, for example, there's a temple. So before I'm able to build anything else, I'll need to build a city, because in any realm you need to have 3. You have to have either kind of the castle, which is protection, the temple, which is faith, and then the city, which is the people. And kind of the money, the commerce. So the game will never let you just kind of build all of one thing. It's always like you have to have the main 3 before you can start adding extra. So I always tend to like to build castles because they tend to have the most helpful benefits in terms of both protection and you still get really great taxes from them. So I tend to really build as many keeps as possible. And then with castles come titles. So when, say for example, you go from one monarch to another, because like your parent dies and so now you're king, they might have been an amazing steward, but you're really more of a martial guy, so you're more of a fighter and you focus on the military. So then you have the ability to give away all these titles because you aren't really going to be able to manage them. It's really great then to be able to either give them to your kids, because then you're like, ah ha ha, when this character dies, my next heir is just going to get all those titles back. Hopefully he knows what he wants to do with them. Or when someone really fucking hates you because your parent died and they really liked your parent, but they can't fucking stand you, you can be like, no, look, I'll give you a title. And then they're like, oh, fuck, I love this dude. Because it usually just takes like one title to get everybody kissing your ass for like 5 minutes, and they decide they hate you for a new reason. So everything's really solid economically right now, which doesn't surprise me. As we saw, she has a decent stewardship. The military, we will need to work up a lot because men-at-arms units. So levies are essentially the taxed soldiers. So when we have power and influence, we're able to tell the people under us, hey, get me an army. So levies are that army that essentially I make other people give me. Or if I have a castle, they're the people who live around there too. So they're from my garrison or from the garrisons of the people that I control. Men-at-arms units are the ones that I pay for as a monarch. So they're the ones that would be my private army that I personally pay for and I personally maintain. So because there's more customization, that's where a lot of your power as a military comes in, because that's where you as an individual get to decide, hey, I think it's important that I focus on having a lot of archers, or I think cavalry is really important, so I want to have a lot of motherfuckers on horses. And you really have a lot of customization because you can get rid of them, so you can have something where you're like, this is really working for me, and you can upgrade it, or you can be like, this isn't, get rid of it, and do a different men-at-arms unit. Which is really great when you get to the point where, because of culture advances, you literally learn something new, and you're like, oh, this shit's outdated, time to upgrade. You gotta please the peeps. If your vassals get angry at you, they'll kill you. Because they also have power, and they are hungry for your titles. So I will come back once I figure out more. Once I go through the rundown and get our basic stuff set up, I'll come back and peep the military, because we do need to work that up mucho. Council. These are, oh my god, that's terrible. See, yes, that's terrible. Terrible. We need to fix that. Ugh. Okay, so these are the people who are supposed to be very competent at what they do because they have the job of doing excellent, excellent, good, good, terrible. We're getting rid of you as soon as possible. So, obviously your bishop, because the church controls all information right now. The church is in charge of learning, so all education, all higher learning, all higher thought must be coordinated with God. So it goes through the church, so you don't usually get to control who your bishop is. The church assigns your bishop. So that's one of the reasons that having a good relationship with the church, or even essentially donating some of your kids to the church when they're young and being like, I'm going to control their education and they're going to be a very well-learned motherfucker, now go to the church. Then you can ensure that more people are going into the church educated, or even taking kids as wards or whatever because you know that their parent wants them to go into the church, so you can be like, here, your kid's gonna be a priest, please let me educate them. We need to not have stupid priests. So, that always is really funny. But yeah, luckily this guy's competent, his learning is good, 16 is a really solid skill for this. So that's really, really solid, because that means that even though her learning is not the most solid thing in the world right now, we're still gonna be making good, solid advancements with our cultural stuff. The other reason that the bishop is important is because what he can do is he can fabricate claims. So because all titles right now, every ruler is still ordained by God. They have like a holy right to rule. So because of that, all titles to a certain extent still go through the church. And when you want a title, if you don't have a valid claim on it, there's a few approaches you can do. Like if you have no shot at that title, it's not in your bloodline for whatever reason, but you're like, I want that. You can fabricate a claim on like a county, and you can send your guy in. So I could send my bishop in and be like, hey, you should go make up a reason why I can go to war with that dude and say he actually is sitting on my land that I should be ruling. So you can go send him to go lie for you and go make up some documents and go dig around and make up a fake bloodline for you. Or you can ask the Pope directly and just be like, hey, can I have a claim on that? And usually the Pope will say no. So that's why it's easier to lie and just be like, hey, psst, go make that happen for me. Because usually the church is like, do you have a lot of money? And you're like, no, that's why I want more land. And they're like, you're shit out of luck then, aren't you? Steward, money man, having a competent steward is really, really, really important, because obviously you do not oversee all of the day-to-day details of your kingdom. That happens a lot in the background via your steward. So they are the ones that are making sure that everything is not going to absolute shit when you are just kind of vibing and trying to make sure everything else is happening. They do fuck up. They are still people, so they're not going to be perfect all the time, no matter how good their skill is. But they can get you a lot of extra money, a lot of improved taxes, improved relations. The Chancellor, when they're competent, is usually used for making treaties, alliances happen, and sending out letters to make sure people like you. This person is going to be getting fired, so we can go ahead and deal with that. Yes, we're getting rid of you, but we're going to deal with your replacement first. So because they're a Chancellor, yeah, I can see that you're a decent steward, but it's not good enough to be replaced in, bro. This is terrible. Okay, I was looking at the stewardship still, because that one's still highlighted. I was like, what do you mean the best option is 6? I mean, 9's not much better. But it's passable. Oh, but he's my marshal, he's my fighter man. That guy's a better fighter, though, so that's okay. We're gonna swap you in, sir, because he's got a decent, it's either gonna be decent or good skill. And God, I need to find more people who are better diplomats, because that's unacceptable. We don't want our kingdom to go to shit diplomatically, because literally this guy is essentially every now and then we'll get a complaint from another kingdom because they're like, hey, one of your people from your court came over here and they caused a bunch of bullshit, and this guy's the guy who has to send letters back. So if he just is not good at talking, he's gonna make everyone hate you, like internationally. He's gonna burn all the bridges within other countries. So we're gonna swap him. I'm just gonna fire you. Just gonna fire you. Yes, I know I have to find new counselor position. Yes, I know. Diplomacy. You will be reassigned. Another empty council position. Yes, we have to do marshals. Marshal deals with everything with the military. Obviously, he's your big commander, big commanding officer. Make sure that everything is running the way it should with your military stuff. He's already my knight. He's got more skills. So yeah, he's a legendary blade master. Yes, we're hiring you. An open terrain expert, and he's a brilliant strategist. So this is an education trait, which means that when he was growing up, he's only 26 too, that's really good. The younger that you can get someone on your council, it's a really great thing, because you want to have them pretty much for their entire life if you can, especially when they're talented this young, because if you put them in a position of strong power, the AI itself, obviously that dude's like, oh my god, this is my job, this is my life, so he starts really focusing on that with more resources, so then his skill can just skyrocket, because this dude finally has the resources to excel, instead of constantly trying to get work. So, assign. And now that I know that he's there, I'm going to knights. Recruit to court. So what this is doing is, he's hanging out, he's a guest right now, which means he's essentially just been traveling, and he walked into my court, and has just been vibing here to see if he can get a job. And then I was like, hey, you're a pretty good fighter. And he's like, yes. And I'm like, good, we need good fighters, you live here now, here's 15 gold. And he's like, fuck yeah, I don't have to go anywhere anymore. So yeah, it always cracks me up, because with kind of this tab, court, oh, I don't have a court physician, I will need to get one. If I get stabbed, or poisoned, or my kid gets sick, I will need a doctor. So if we don't have a doctor, we'll die. Especially if a plague breaks out, we will need a doctor. So these are all the people who are guests, these are people just hanging out, hoping for a job. This person is an experienced physician, so we will invite you to court. Pull up her little tab. So we can see character tabs about literally every individual person that we see, and this will give you an entire breakdown of them. So it'll say, she's chaste, so that gave her more ability for learning. Cut her fertility, because she's not trying to sleep around. She's a very chaste person. Content, so she's not very big on scheming, so her intrigue is lower. Big on learning, because, you know, want to pay attention to the world around you. Shy, diplomacy down, doesn't like talking to people. Learning, so that's a buff. And her education trait was she got more buffs in learning, so of course she's a well-learned motherfucker. Being a doctor is one of the few places where learning really, really matters outside of the church. So if you're gonna have kids too who are really, really educated in, like just in general, they're educated, they're very learned, and you don't want them to go to the church, letting them be a doctor is a really good way for them to still be able to like inherit titles, but like have a job, so they're not just like bumming around, wasting their shit while they're waiting for you to die so they can inherit. Hey, happy you're here, my love. Yeah, they do absolutely run the kingdom. Point of squirt physician. Yes, so we're gonna start paying her 10 gold because we need a doctor. And so these are courtiers are the people that I have already paid. They live at my court. I pay for their existence. And they just exist under my goodwill and rule. Ooh. It's got a dope trait that he can pass on. So, are you married, sir? No, we will marry you off soon. We want you to have kids who are also big hulking motherfuckers. Okay, I'm trying to see what other tabs I need to go over without report. Intrigue. So right now I'm not scheming towards anyone. I don't have any hostile schemes, so I'm not trying to murder anyone, or do anything negative or try and make them think that they're fucking up some way, because you can start spreading rumors and shit like that. No personal schemes, so I'm not trying to seduce anyone, I'm not trying to sway anyone and get them to like me. And so I haven't found any schemes either, so I haven't heard of anybody else trying to do those things either. Hooks and secrets are essentially just, I found out about something naughty that someone did, and now I have leverage on them. So this is literally just your blackmail tab that you can have of just, this is dirt, this is where we store the tea. Factions are pretty straightforward, so that's just people who are pissed off about the way things are being handled. So factions against you are people who are trying to get enough momentum to start a war with you to throw you out. Against my liege, same things, but they're trying to overthrow, I guess at this point it would be the Emperor. Yeah, because I'm in the Holy Roman Empire, so the Roman Emperor, Holy Roman Emperor, usually has people mad at him. Like, Rome is not a stable empire. It has always struggled a lot. It is nice that they tell you. You have the ability to find out when people don't fucking like you. So with her, we can see her family. So my father was the Duke before me. I had two brothers, but they both died when they were young. So I inherited, because the heir and the spare died, so the girl inherited. Plot twist. And then yeah, you can see my house, so you can see, show me the tree. There we go. So you can see where I am in the family tree of other important people. And there are not many people left in my dynasty. Only a few living members left. And not many of them are De Luca. A lot of other people are variants. But okay, so these are the important notifications that I have right now. No player heir. I have no biological children to inherit my titles. That is a major problem and will need to be rectified, because that means I can lose the game. Because that is the entire point, is you need to have someone who can inherit from you when you die that allows you to maintain kind of control of the game. And we do not have that right now. Okay, we'll do that in a second. So no heir. I have to choose a lifestyle. So lifestyle is dependent on our skills. So we will go ahead and do that right now. That's the same little tag down here, lifestyle. So she has a good amount of skills that are all high, but as we had mentioned, her diplomacy is much higher, and that makes sense because I'm guessing that was her education. So yeah, because of diplomacy education, she gets more experience. So in other words, as the game's saying, this is what you were trained to do since you were a child as a monarch. You can absolutely do anything else, but there is an incentive for doing this one. So it's not that, oh, you suffer for doing anything else. It's just, no, you just excel at this. This is what you're good at. So we will continue with that. And then within that, there's the style of focus. So we can focus on just straight up diplomacy, which will give us a +3, so that'll bump us up to an 18. Or that just says, hey, we want to focus on just talking to people, just dealing with people. One can never have too many friends near or far. Majesty focus. Regality flows from ritual, tradition, and glory. So this is only 1 diplomacy a month, but the prestige. So in other words, we're getting gradually more famous every month as well, and making sure we come off very strong, come off impressive. Or family focus. Even if we do not choose them, those closest to us are the most important. So fertility +20 in addition to the diplomacy +2. So I think that's actually probably the way I have to go for now, because she has no children. Even though she's young, I don't want her to get married to someone that's absolute shit. So I might not be able to find her a solid husband immediately. So when we do get to the point where she has kids, she's gotta have kids immediately. So I think we're gonna do family focus for now. And then the cool thing about that is if you end up focusing on the family hierarchy, you can end up getting matriarch, which ends up being, your fertility is up, of course, because, and the thing about this is it's not just gender specific. If you play a guy, the option is patriarch, and the stats are exactly the same. So it's not like it's totally drawn along the gender line. But it's fertility +20, stress loss +20%, because you're just like, family. Your close family opinion is up 15, and your house opinion is up 10. So that just means that the people related to you love you. Like, you get that skill, and you're the person in the family that, like, even when there's extreme family drama going on, everyone is, like, vibing with you. Hi, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I love this hair color. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay. We did family focus. And it's like, get married. I'm gonna dismiss that because I will do that in my own time, but we will see if we can do something. So there's 2 kind of options to go about it. Arranged marriage means I'm gonna do things within my realm. So that means I'm just gonna tell someone they have to marry this other person. So that works well if I like have a specific person that's like a courtier or a person in my court where I'm like, hey, and if I had kids, I'd be like, I want your daughter to marry my son. But because they're under my control as my vassal, I don't have to ask anybody's permission. I'm just like, guess what? Your daughter's engaged to my son now. And they're like, oh, that's fucking fantastic. So that one's the more direct approach where it's like, I'm gonna do things within my control. Find spouse is when you're kind of going on like more of the grand scale. Ooh, genius. That's a good trait. We like that. So arranged marriages, we're going out on kind of the more diplomatic scale. We're kind of going out into the world and we're being like, hey, I need a husband. And they're like, here are the most eligible bachelors. And then you can be picky as fuck. So you have all these things where you can be like, I only want a specific kind of spouse. So, for example, I can already see that he's going to be within that tree of what I'm going to end up saying, but I only wanted a max age difference of 15 years because I want her to have a spouse that she can actually kind of do shit with for a while. I think that's really, really important when you're first starting the game because getting some genuine stability can be really important. Fertility, we obviously need to worry about that, so we need to have kids. We want an alliance to happen from it, and then I usually like to care about inheritable traits. So what inheritable traits mean is they have good genetics, that tend to pop up in X kind of way. So when you have kids, they're way more likely to have said trait or a variation of said trait. So like this person is a genius. There's also like intelligent and quick. So intelligent, I think, is the +3 version, and quick is the +1 version, but genius is the best. That is the +5 all across the board. So from infancy, anybody with this trait immediately, instead of 0s to all stats, has a +5 to all stats, and gets the 30% lifestyle experience that we saw for education. So like for this character, it was diplomacy. She's got the +30%. This person with a genius has 30% flat on everything. So when you go into your education one, I think it's like you have a +60% bonus. So that's usually someone who can end up statting out a bunch of things. They can be like a Renaissance person. So this guy's looking good. This person's handsome. So their fertility's up, their attraction is higher. Genuinely in this game, it's so funny, because seeing something like attraction opinion, you're like, good, because when they get married, that essentially means good, these characters will want to fuck more. Like, they will want to fuck each other, so they are way more likely to have kids and have a friendly relationship because they want to do that, as opposed to being married to someone that they can't stand looking at. So, you know, good dynamics there. But it also means that if they don't end up liking each other as people, this person is gonna go and have so many fucking affairs because everybody thinks they're hot as fuck. So, like, the fucking pretty traits is kind of hit or miss because your spouse could end up being so fucking disloyal because they literally are just like, but I'm beautiful. And it can be very bad. So I am less trusting and inclined of the pretty boy. What's this? Okay, so robust, this is the middle trait for Amazonian, which is when someone is just like extremely fucking statted. So this is great because they're a better fighter, because they're, you know, muscular, they're big. Their health gets statted up to hell, but again, pretty boy. The health thing is the really valuable thing, because then if your kids end up having, they end up living way longer. But you can fuck yourself, because if your kids end up living a really long time and then you live a really long time, you end up with like a Queen Elizabeth situation where the monarch's like almost 100 years old, maybe more, and like you're still there waiting to inherit at like 70 years old. So that can be kind of bad sometimes. It can be healthy for monarchs to die young sometimes. It can be healthy for children to inherit fucking dynasties sometimes. So this person has an alliance with a duchy, so that's great. That's someone with equal power to myself. So those are my new stats. He's a novice hunter, that's great. The only thing is he's not the same religion, so that will cause some conflict. But okay, his sibling 36, so that's the sibling who's probably set to inherit. But his dukedom, so that's the person who has it. They have great troops, so that would be the alliance. That's what you have to check when you're looking at alliances, is how many troops does the person actually holding the title have? Cool, if I go to war and I call on this alliance, this is how many troops are going to come back my ass up when I get into trouble. So that's a good amount. It's a strong alliance to have. And he has an implicit claim on his dad's title. So in other words, when dad dies and all these titles get distributed and his brother inherits, he has a claim and could immediately go to war with his brother and be like, I want that. So him having claims is good, because if we press those claims, even if he doesn't win, because there's a difference between a pressed and non-pressed claim, and that's essentially, did you go to war over it or not? Or did you try to do something diplomatically with it? And if it's unpressed, that means you never try to do anything with it, but that also means it dies with you. So if you have a claim and you don't do anything with it, your kids don't inherit that claim. If you try, so if you go to war, like if he goes to war with his brother, he's like, you know what, I want dad's title. and he loses outright, like he doesn't fucking succeed at all. His kid still inherits the claim. So his kid then can go to war with his uncle and be like, I still want my dad's title. So you can just start generational resentment with that. Like I said, this turns into a soap opera. Like, it ends up being like, I'm gonna get my grandfather's title. I'm gonna kill my uncle. Like, shit gets fucking crazy. But yeah, this guy's a genius. We'll have smart fucking kids. It's a matrilineal marriage. He barely is okay with that, but he'll fucking cope. Because yeah, usually it's like, they like it, but wants an alliance. He doesn't like me, though. He doesn't like that his son's lineage is going to disappear into my lineage, so aka all the kids will be of my house, not his. Different faith, kids are going to be of a different religion. This one's always sweet. When you see it, when it's like, oh, they don't want to accept because they're dear, that's literally just them being like, you know what, I like my son, and I don't think you're good enough for him. I always like saying that, because I'm like, aw, good family relationships. And then because of how old he is, they're like, my son is 32, he needs to get married. But cool. Alright, so now we've got a betrothal, hopefully. We have to get the response back. And then this is kind of the current situation. So this is the tab of things we can fuck with on our own. So, active election in the Holy Roman Empire, that'll happen every now and then, and it's literally just a bunch of nepotism happening, usually. It's a bunch of dudes sitting around. Yeah, I'm not an elector, I can't vote. I know, they don't let women in, they usually make that very clear. They sit around and they decide who's the coolest person in the kingdom, because the Holy Roman Empire is not a by blood title, it's a by prestige title, which means they essentially, Rome has a popularity contest every few years to decide who's the coolest kid in the kingdom, and then that kid gets to be the emperor when the emperor dies. So a bunch of dudes sit around and wank off to how cool they are, and they're like, yes, I am going to be emperor, and so that happens like every 5 to 10 years. And they don't let anybody who's not one of the cool kids in. But they'll let literal infants in if you were the son of a cool kid who died. Like, yeah, there he is. Son of a cool kid. Is your dad even here? Your dad's still alive, isn't he? No, he's dead. Okay, yeah. So he's in because he's the son of a cool kid. Ridiculous. So we're gonna dismiss that because they don't want to let me do anything anyway. We already knew this. Recruitment at arms. I need to buff up my army. I will probably not do that first because I will probably spend a little bit money on infrastructure in my kingdom, so I have more money. So I like to do that first. I will let this sit here because I do want the reminder. Powerful vassal expects council position, so what that means is someone's like, you know what, I have... all the princes are permanent man-children. They are. And it's a fucking problem. It is a massive problem. The princesses at least are like, I'm moving on with my life, let me the fuck out, let me out of this court, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna make it happen for myself, and it's always, the women are like, let me just go do shit, and it's like, yeah, whereas the dudes are like, give me titles, give me money, why am I your least favorite son? And I'm like, because you're bitching, that's why. But so powerful vassal expects a council position. That essentially means that someone is like, you know what, I think I have enough money and land that you should actually listen to me a little bit. So I usually don't pay attention to them. I usually am just like, you can fucking cope and I'll give you something shiny so you can stop yelling at me. And that usually works. So I don't really care that they want that. They can cope. I can create another duchy. That's really great. Having multiple duchy titles is really important because it means you're cool, especially if you don't have a kingdom. It's a good way to be like, you know what? I'm powerful and you have to listen to me. So we need 250 gold to make that happen. Okay. And then declaring wars. So this is pretty... I can declare war on the Pope! I usually do. That'll be pretty fun to do later. But the wars are pretty straightforward. It'll tell you... So it'll show you... who would be involved. Blue is you, red is the opponent. And then it shows you what you could go to war about. So I could go to war trying to claim this duchy or this county. So essentially, this is about the title that I'm going for. If I get this, I just go for the county, but I have a claim on the duchy, which means I would not only get the county, which is the land, but I also get to steal his duke title. So his army, very inferior to mine. I will be picking this fight, and I will be taking this dude's land. Gotta flash that cash. This game is all about peacocking. What can I take from the Pope? Duchy of Tuscany. That's not a bad idea, because that will complete this duchy, and the Duchy of Tuscany is, you know, where I'm sitting. It's what my land's in. It's what my capital's in. Because, yeah, this is all within my crap. Alright, Pope. I'm gonna pick a fight with you later, too, because you almost never have an army. Okay, so first things first. We got married. He's got... Okay, it'll take most of my prestige. A lot of people will not like me. So it'll take a lot of my reputation to declare this war. But he only has about 1,300 troops. And I have about 10,000 more than that. So I think I can kick his ass. I like how I haven't even hit unpause. I'm just immediately gonna start a war. Yeah. I think I'm just gonna immediately start this war. We're gonna pick a fight. Let's hit the ground running. So that, because then I don't even have to unpause. Declare war. So now he's mad at me. With good reason. So I'm gonna take my rally point, which is near my capital, because that's usually what you want to protect. So I'm gonna take it, and I'm gonna move it in my land, so it's as close to the Dynasty property. So the way war works is there are multiple targets that are important for conquering. You obviously want to hit the capital, because that's where the kind of like heart of power is. So when you're trying to beat the ruler, it really helps to actually take down the capital, because that will give you a massive amount of percentage of influence in the war. Something I didn't realize until my most recent non-stream playthrough of this game was, and it makes complete sense, is the target that you are pursuing, holding that land. So in other words, this tiny province, this is the most important province for me to hold. It doesn't matter if I charge past it and I take over the capital of this country. I don't hold the land that I'm saying I'm gonna take, which means unless I do a lot of other work, I'm not gonna win the war for that land. So, got my rally point, haven't unpaused yet, so we're gonna raise all armies. They're all just gonna pop up there. Unpause to let them rally. This guy's gonna start popping up troops. To the sensible Matilda, I gladly accept your marriage proposal. You will be joined with my son Gavril in holy matrimony. May St. Bridget bless your union. Signed, Duke Mihailo Woslavik of Dukilija. Excellent. Excellent. Cool. Married. Cool. So we're gonna take our army, and we're gonna go straight to this barony. You can't really attack the cities, it's not worth it. That's not where the castles are. That's not where people run to when there's danger. The castle is where you want to take on everything. So we're head over to their barricaded walls. So a lot of these notifications, the thing about CK is a lot of notifications that pop up are not important. It's little information, so it's more about the game giving you a notification than really telling you what to do or where to go. Just like, hey, this person did this, and if you're smart, you can usually do shit with that information. Like, you can set up kind of the domino effects to fall because you can figure out who likes who doesn't, who has beef, who has rivalships with who. But so they might be joining the war. I just got married, so I could call on my ally to war, but that would spend a lot of prestige, and I think I've got it handled, so I don't think I need to call my father-in-law into this. Wedding celebration. With my marriage to Duke Gavril, the realm expects us to throw a suitably extravagant wedding celebration. It is well within my right to collect a royal aid duty as part of this, but some may consider it tasteless to levy an extra tax during the time of jubilation. However, I could collect it for 145, but the prestige, 350, for not doing that, I think is way more valuable, so I can do more wars. So I'll let my subjects enjoy the festivities without worry or care, or 350 prestige, which means this war didn't affect my reputation at all. Okay, so now that we're in the siege, it'll tell us by clicking that our little progress bar, we can see his troops running to kind of deal with me. Once we breach the walls, we can assault the fort. Assaulting is way, way more difficult and dangerous. A siege is just like the steady progression of, hey, we're gonna like tear down this castle and do it in a safe way. Assaulting is, we're gonna take this on. In-game music is still loud, okay. Give me one sec. Hopefully that's better. Luckily, sound notifications are not important in this game, so like reducing them down is really, really not a problem. After playing Pathologic with so many crazy like sound cues and paranoia moments, it's so refreshing to just play CK where it's like, what's happening on the screen? What do your notifications say? What do you want to do? As opposed to move fast, everyone is dying. And then even when you do everything right, people still die. Okay, so we've got the siege tab open. Pardon me, got something in my eye. So we've got the siege tab going. This is the steady progress, so depending on the quality of your army, how much progress you make in a day is determined for the siege. So you could end up making like, I've had some where my armies get crazy stacked and it's like 5 siege progress a day, and you're just like, oh god, these poor people. Council invitation. Oh, from the Emperor, you don't say. To my vassal, as an influential duchess, it is only fair that you have a voice on my council. In recognition of this fact, I hereby offer you the position of Chancellor of the Holy Roman Empire. That's great. That means I'm making more money. Except. Yes. So that essentially means that the Holy Roman Emperor has decided that, Chancellor, I need to be on their council. Which makes sense, my diplomacy is stacked. Alright, so this army's trying to come pick a fight with me, which, you know, understandable, I guess. Over 100. I'm still making money. We're all at war, which is great. I'm probably gonna try and working up some of my holdings because we want to be stronger. So, like my duchy, you can work up your castle. You can have a duchy building. So this is something that's like a unique for the castle, and it only can be built if you actually have the duchy title. So in other words, it's only something for the really big special castles. So I can build something, but I don't have any money for that yet. I just wanted to see. Okay, it's about 150. Oh, military camps, I could build that in my main area. That would make sense. What else do we have? We have kind of like the barracks. And good. That's one of the mansions, manor houses. So essentially just luxury living situations. But we can definitely build some military camps, which I think would be a good idea long term. But I don't know if I want it in my capital. That's the good thing, is I can build it somewhere else. So I think I'm gonna let my military camps, but we don't have to do military camps here. We can do something else out in the country. Hunting grounds, okay, so we can get more money with defender advantage. So in other words, when people are coming through here with their army, they have a harder time fucking with me. And levies, so military still. I think that's actually kind of what I want to do, because that'll give me a nice little medley of all the things that I want to improve infrastructure-wise. So cool, we've got some infrastructure happening. I always like to invest in infrastructure because it feels expensive, because it's like hundreds of gold every single time, but every single time it pays for itself within like 2 years, because the increases to your taxes are usually massive because of that, because people are making more money. That's life. I wish in real life the powers that be realized that infrastructure for the people on the bottom was necessary for healthy, long-term societal function. But that's apparently too much to ask. Okay, so we got these soldiers coming in. They're probably just gonna go start trying to burn down one of my castles. The good thing is castle to castle fortification is probably about the same, because they have less soldiers and I have a head start. I should finish my fight before they can really fuck with me. Greetings, my sensible liege. I have come to discover a most appalling truth about Count Orduno. Although I loathe bringing this matter to your attention, I must inform you that this man is keeping secrets of the most alarming kind. Signed, Countess Marina of Arezzo. Your concern is deeply appreciated, Marina. Aren't you going fighting? No. You're a different Count. I learned of his sodomite secret. Okay, so he's just having gay sex. Oh, right, we're Catholic. Okay, yeah, no, the church doesn't like that. Church doesn't like when you have gay sex, so I can understand why it's a big unhappy secret for him in year 1066. Poor guy. This is why whenever in this game I get to start my offshoot of Christianity, I always have same-sex relations be not only normalized, but totally okay. And I'm like, stop persecuting the gays. It did nothing. Alright, he's coming in with some reinforcements. Which is fine. If we have to call reinforcements, we will. But I really don't think we will. The funniest thing about this is more often than not when you have an army like this, as soon as you start walking towards them, they're like, no, 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 no. I don't want the smoke. Let's see what we have as options for man arms. So I guess I can have that running. I'm probably gonna focus on trying to get these guys, because that's siege equipment, and having that shit tear down castles is essential. Oh, this is what I was talking about, having a competent steward. I gained 115 gold in additional taxes. Yes, you know what that looks like? More infrastructure money. Fight that war. Fight that war. Fight that war. Alright, what do we have for infrastructure? Let's build a pretty castle. How much does it cost to actually make my... Holy shit! Okay, so it's expensive to make my castle more impressive. Fair enough, fair enough. Oh. We're at 173. Okay. So I want the capital to be stacked. So I think the most important thing, honestly, for the capital castle is to have some walls and towers. I think it's gonna be walls and towers and barracks. Probably what these are gonna end up being. It's important, and I can have another castle, luckily, here, which I will probably work up into the more pastoral castle with a bunch of, like, actual fields. Farms and fields in the pastoral lands. But now we'll do walls and towers. I have a feeling we're going to be picking a lot of fights with a lot of neighbors in the pursuit of power. So making it so they can't poke back. It's very important. Alright, finish that battle. Let's go pick a fight with them. Oh, it's gonna be close. 17, 6 days. Oh, but they don't want the smoke. They gave up that entire siege 6 days away because they didn't want the smoke. Oh, but then they finished the business. Oh shit, they have better soldiers than me? They might have better soldiers than me. Oh no! Oh, they're kicking my ass. Hey honey! Can I have those reinforcements now? Oh, but I got your kid. That's not good for you. Okay, well, ass kicking happens. Yeah, that's totally fine. Now we have the same amount of troops. So when I show up to kick your ass again with my friends, you're fucked. That's the other thing I like about this game, is as opposed to a lot of other games where, like, getting into a war and losing might be, like, a really, really big deal. And it definitely can be in this game. Especially with shit like this, where it's just like, oh, they have slightly less troops than me, etc., or have more. It's totally fine. There's a lot of variation. But that proves the point of what I was talking about of why we need to have more men-at-arms units, because I only had subpar troop quality. So they, with their specialized units, were able to tear through. Social manipulation. First time it happened, I barely even gave it a moment's thought. But my vassal, Count Vital, has grown bolder. His challenge is no longer passed unnoticed among my vassals. He's testing my limits. The others are sure to follow, unless I give him a taste of his own medicine. Okay, so this is a diplomacy challenge. I can ignore him and steal his ideas. He shall have tasks which are impossible to complete. Commenting on his shapely legs will throw him off. Or how dare you challenge your duchess? I don't kind of like that one because that one's just going to give me stress and make me angry. But I like the I will ignore him and steal his ideas. I'm going to mansplain the dude. Can just steal his valor. Yeah, I can just be like, yeah, I'm just gonna steal your fucking ideas. Oh, I didn't manipulate him. Boo. My girl's having a bit of a struggle sesh. That happens. Maybe air. You are. You're this guy's heir. Yeah, I think I'll keep him for now, thank you. He will be very comfy in house arrest. Wish he would just go straight here. But unfortunately, the AI and the armies in this game are not solid. They are not always the smartest people. Although we luckily will meet up with them around the right time. Funny thing is, I think he's just gonna follow me. He's gonna be like, oh hey, where are we going? Yep. Let's go kick his ass. You gonna worry about the castle, or are you gonna follow me? Yeah, yeah! Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! Fight them! Yes! Good. Good, 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 good. We will fight this war. Thank goodness they have a decent army right now. Oh my god, the fucking whacking. I haven't been that zoomed in before. Just beating the crap out of each other. Actually, while I have this other army here, we should go take their capital. I can get my city back later. Follow me, we go to the capital. Yes, yes. Follow me. Follow me, we go to the capital. We go start shit. We're definitely gonna need more men-at-arms units. I want more of I want these, but getting some pikemen just so we have some people on the field that are of good quality is probably a really solid idea. So we're gonna get these guys started, which is gonna lower our income, but that's fine. We want to maintain these guys. Run, 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 run. White peace. No. That's him essentially saying, can we just... Nobody won. Nobody lost. Let's just walk away. I don't think so. I want the county. My father-in-law's here. We're gonna come get the county. Oh. Gonna kick his ass. On my way to kick your ass. Get him. Oh, my dude tries so hard to carve away at this one damn fort. Words are hard. But okay, luckily we've got all this going. The real question is, okay, like I said before, you've got this screen. We've got all the claims. Counties that I have that I can press, the titles I have, as well as all my money. Dread, that's how much my people are scared of me, or the people around me are terrified of me. So if I wanted to be a tyrant, dread is that mechanic. Anyway, here's water. Words are hard. I stutter so much sometimes. Like, sometimes I'm very eloquent and I can say things with fantastic enunciation. And other times I'm like, and like there's no middle ground. It is usually one or the other, with stark switches between the two. But luckily, her spouse likes her a good bit. I'm actually gonna start a personal scheme to romance him. 30%! I only have a 30% chance of seducing, or not seducing, clarification, that's different, of romancing my husband. Yes. Scheme. Love me. Love me, Duke Gavril. I love that it's a scheme, romance scheme against Duke Gavril started. The time has come to let my feelings towards Duke Gavril be known. I want him to remember this day for the rest of his life. Alright, let's look at his stats. So he is also a very diplomatic person. Words are not fun and English does suck. Yeah, yes, absolutely. So he is a diplomatic person, and also a very well-learned person. Those are his top two stats. Okay, so I could sing a love ballad. I could secretly plant a letter in his chambers, write a love poem, or go with my gut in the moment. My character's got pretty decent diplomacy, and so does he, so I kind of am okay with her going with her gut. But letter writing, love poem, write a love poem. The candle is burning low when I finally finish my poem. Before I send it, I give it one last read. Oh my god, I forgot poems were the thing that was added in the newest update for this game. Okay, I can't stress this up. This is new. They just put the poem mechanic in, and it was like genuinely kind of a big deal because they are so fucking funny sometimes. And like, it's something we're now including in this update with these poems. You can now also torture people with bad poetry, so like the dread mechanic that I talked about. If you go down the tyrant route and you become like an imprisoner and a torturer, you can write bad poetry and torture your prisoners with it and make them suicidal by reading them extremely bad poetry. And and now it works to the point where you can get information by torturing them with poetry. That just makes me happy. I just love the visual of some dude fucking stuck in a dungeon for weeks and some dude comes to talk to him and it's like the first human contact he's had in like fucking 9 months, right? And some fucking pompous asshole comes in and starts reading the most terrible fucking prose you have ever heard in your life. Yeah, you'd fucking snap. Could you imagine if you were sitting in solitary confinement in prison for like months and then the fucking prison warden comes in and he just reads you some like bad fucking poetry? You'd be like, just what do I have to say to make you shut the fuck up? Like, what do I have to say? That makes me so happy. That's so funny. So, romance, declaration of love. The candle is burning low when I finally finish my poem. Before I send it, I give it one last read. The very mention of your name is a bowl of porridge. I wish only to see you, that I may know if your prowess carries off the battlefield. You put Apollo to shame. The waiting is unbearable. The thought of rejection makes me sick to my stomach. When his reply arrives, I tear the seal with shaking hands. While I cannot encourage you, Duchess Matilda, I am most grateful for your kind words. Yours faithfully, Gavril. I wouldn't encourage that poetry. Death by poetry, that's a new one. Yeah, you want to talk about words are not fun? Death by poetry. Ooh, damn. Ooh, damn. Ooh, damn. Oh, the allies be having a struggle sesh. That ain't good. I like how the enemies are following him, though. Ooh, the good units are just chilling there by themselves. That's something to keep an eye on. It might be good to go jump them while they are separate. This guy's retreating because he got his ass beat. So he has to retreat to here, and then he should come back. Oh god, reinforcements. Maybe I need more allies. Nah, we can do this, we can do this. Romance, the Grey One. Sweet Lord Gavril, I sigh as I kneel before him. My only desire is to bring you honor and happiness. Pray, tell me, how can I prove my love for you? Duke Gavril hesitates, and his cheeks turn red. By God, I hope he is pleased and not embarrassed. Slay a wolf for me and bring me its pelt. Then we may continue this conversation. Your wish is my command. I will bribe a hunter. Yeah, your wish is my command. She's bold. She thinks she can do this. I return empty-handed. Damn it! She was confident. I'm proud of her and her confidence. Oh, good. Those special units were allies who are leaving. Oh, he's coming back in to fight. I should go help him. But this fight, though. Oh, my ally's about to go fucking be dumb and get his ass beat. Come on, give me progress. Give me progress before he gets himself killed. Days left. Days. Don't be a fool! Don't be a fool. Fuck. You gonna be stupid. Stay and finish. Come on. Hopefully he can make it through without getting his ass beat. Come on. I'm so tense. You can do it, dude. Just keep running. They're trying to get their county back, but they won't succeed. We'll go kick their ass as soon as I finish this. Siege! Pride cometh before a fall. Yeah, honestly. That happens a lot in this game. You overstretch yourself because you're like, no, I could do it. Okay. We've got the capital. It's time to go properly kick their ass. Come on, dude, we're going the other way. And I got a new perk! Oh! And I got another hostage. I have another child hostage. 2 child hostages. Got this guy, the Count. Okay, I got the Count's son and I got the Duke's son. Oh, one of his many sons. That guy's got a bunch of fucking kids. It's always the male players who have like 9 children because they don't have to have that shit themselves. You see the fucking female monarchs cap out at like 7 or 9 and you're like, that is already crazy intense and you should stop for your own well-being. Fucking male rulers would be like, these are my 15 children. None of them have the same mother. Oh, Count Vital, the guy who's always picking fights with me, he was maimed. Oh no. Kill him. Genuinely, having played this Duchess as a start so many times, that Count Vital is the bitch. Like, he is such a fucking asshole. He has it out for the Duchess so bad for, like, no reason. Romance, a rare flower. As my sweetheart and I walk through the Florence gardens, I gesture at the greenery around us. For all their beauty, there isn't a single flower which rivals your own, my lord. There is one, he says with a mischievous smile, a rare orchid from Dulo, which is nearly impossible to cultivate. The monastery ruin in Ascolo Pequeño is the only place where it thrives in these regions. Surely they must pale compared to your fair visage! Luckily I have diplomacy high, so that worked out. And my war is won! Yes, I will enforce my demands. Greetings, Duchess Matilda. May your years be short and miserable. You are a much greater foe than I imagined. In order to put an end to this bloodshed, I must comply with your demands. Yeah, ha 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 ha. My county now. My people are on our land. So I can disband all, send them home. Good job, boys. Although now I'm above my domain limit, which is fine. Because this is why I want you to like us. I want you to wait. Realm, what's in... You want to make sure you don't want to break up duchies. So... Duchy of Romania. That would probably be the good one to start doing, because his family's land is over here. So maybe building him this way would be better. Because you can pursue your spouse's claims as well, so you can be like, I'm gonna go to war to help my spouse. So I think I'm gonna give him... Oh, that's a duchy I have. Oh, I actually have the duchy. Yeah, we'll give him the county for that. Here. Because we want to add... Or I actually don't even have duchies for this, and it'll still be within my control. Yeah, we're not giving him the duchy. This marriage is new, and he doesn't even like me yet, so we don't want to give him too much power. We'll give him this small little thing with a few soldiers. So now he's not just my husband, he's my vassal. And he likes me so much more now. So hopefully that sticks around. And I can have a new diplomacy trait. So the one I already have is firm hand. So I get prestige per dread. So I can get prestige per night. Sway, scheme power. I'm not gonna worry about resetting perks, although this is literally like not the trait I would have picked for her. I don't have any kids yet, so I'm gonna take advantage of that and do the kids get extra 1 to 3 skill points, because that's just a great thing to have. So when you start having kids, they're just statted as shit. And we have more notifications. What do we have now? I can ask my head of faith for gold. Money, please. I would like the currency. Give me the money so I can save money to start a war with you. Disabled building. Why is it disabled? We'll re-enable next month. We'll re-enable next month. Okay, that's just because there was a war there. Low county control. That's because there was a war there. Realm will lose land when vassal dies. Yes, he's my husband. The game is over if we all die. Yes, I know, we need to have children. It's very important. But because I gave him a title and we don't have kids yet, it means that if he dies now, that title will go to someone else in his family. So that would be a problem. And I would just have to start killing his family if that happened, which would be problematic. So don't die, honey. And prisoners can be ransomed. Who do I have? Oh, I have a few counts. That's nice. Who are you? Oh, you can't afford the ransom. Looks like you're hanging out, buddy. Does your parents have money? Oh, look, your parents have money. You can go home. What about you? You have money? You have money? You can go home. What about you? You got money? You got money? You can go home. Come on, save up. Whenever people went to war with me, because that guy was literally like a commander in one of the opposing forces, I'm like, oh, Mr. Big for his britches. Big on picking fights when you charged into this country, motherfucker. Came straight for me, and now you're sitting here? Money, please. Money, please. If you're gonna come pick a fight with me directly. Me is a communist. Me when I play this game. Money, 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 money. Greetings, Duchess Matilda of Tuscany. I have considered your plight and decided to grant your request. May these funds help you spread the true faith in your lands. Signed, Pope Alexander II. Praise St. Matthew, here comes the tax refund. Money, 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 money. Ransom money. Spare change! A nickel or two, please. Love it. Got money yet? You'll get there. I can create the duchy. Create title. Yes, now I have another title. Might give that to my husband after we have kids or something. IDK. Okay. This guy's had no control. Logging camps, log forts. They really took advantage of the hill thing. Ooh, trade port. Trade port. We're gonna build that. That should increase control, and that's a lot. Yeah, this has a lot of build-up options, and how much is it? Yeah! That's fantastic. Build that port. The good thing is that'll start upping the control in that area as well. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. So, let's see what else we can do. So the other thing about this game is it can be a lot of kind of sit around and wait, because you can speed up how fast the game moves. So like, you can speed up how quickly shit progresses. But then over here you also have decisions. So in decisions, these are just kind of little, essentially events that you can toggle. So like search for physician if I didn't have a doctor. Call Hunt, which I will do. She can blow off some steam. Invite knights, that's just a smart thing to do, because it means that a bunch of people with a lot of fighting prowess come and are like, I could fight for you. And it's like, yes, you could. So inviting a bunch of them. Major decisions are things that you usually have to work towards, and you have to keep it in mind. So, consecrate bloodline. You have to be a paragon, so you have to be like super amazing religious. Control one or more Catholic holy sites. So if you go the super religious way, you can make yourself look so fucking cool to the church. Found holy order. You have a kingdom or an empire. If you're super devoted, you can be like, you know what, I want to start my own personal army for God, and do all that stuff. Control secret society. Found a university. That one's really great. You get a lot of benefits for that. Because having your people just be educated and be able to be more educated is just, you know, valuable. Found a new kingdom, because I'm an independent ruler. So if I get more realms and I have 3 or more duchies, even if I don't necessarily take a kingdom title from someone, I can make a brand new kingdom, because I'm like, you know what? I actually have the same amount of power as you fuckers. So how come you think you're better than me? So, that's nice. A lot of choices in Crusader Kings are, do you finally have enough momentum to have the audacity? Unify England, or Italy. England. Unify Italy! So this one's hard. This is, you have to control all of Italia. So Italia is all of this, everything that's highlighted. So we'd have to get all of Italia and all of Illyricum. Illyricum? Illyricum, maybe? But yeah. Our boy's dukedom is right at the edge of that. Which, speaking of, we might want to look into killing his brother. Or his brother has too many kids. Many. But that's for the county. For the county. But the dukedom. Duchy. But yeah, we could assassinate his brother. What's the possibilities of that? Low possibility for successful murder. Hopefully they cause some fucking problems on their own. Good, my glory is widely known, I'm so famous. Get to know me. Hunt, rampaging boar. Just as my courtier Bianca and I crest a hill, we hear it. The snapping of twigs, the rustle of branches, birds screaming in fright. They are heralds announcing its arrival. A massive boar heading straight for us. Oh, I could take this chance, or I could get a really good hunting trophy, or I could get injured or die. We're not gonna take that. If I had heirs, I can play. I usually don't mind playing really risky when it's not fucking my entire game, but that could just be like a suicide to the game. Help, Bianca, do something. Spending fatigue. No harder to handle than a jilted courtier. Friends of animals, what? Oh, let me see it. Oh, that's me. Oh, shit. Damn it. Won't let me see it. There we go. Get on the other side. Friend of animals. Aww. More prestige and stress loss, yes. Make friends with the animals. It's probably make it hard to hunt, but you know, it is what it is. Gotta make friends with the animals. Can you ransom yourself yet? No, you're still broke. Hunt is drawing to an end. We mount our horses to leave the farmlands behind us as the servants prepare the boar and other game for the journey back. In spite of our difficulties along the way, the hunt went very well. We killed the boar anyway? That's kind of shitty. Gain 150 prestige. Yes. How come you don't like me, dude? Thought you made me chancellor. You should like me more. Oh, I would have to abandon the romance scheme of my husband. You should like me more. Why don't you like me more? Romance. Unpleasant pleasantries. I am attending a dance in Mantua to spend some time with Duke Gavril. The mere thought of touching hands makes my heart jump. But when I arrive, I find I'm stuck in a conversation with my chancellor, Count Arduino. The blathering man drones on and on, I totally oblivious to Gavril's discomfort. My charms improve any conversation. Oh. Wait. Did you like? Good, it got kindness though. Yeah. Yeah! Kindness 10% buff. That's awesome. I love that rank, because I'm a higher rank than him. He's like, that's hot. Hey, she's pregnant! That's very fucking important. Good, good. Fucking July. Escaped! Prisoner Du Celestus has escaped my dungeons. I'm gonna get you, bitch. Curse you, Alexios. I'm gonna get you assholes way. Nah, I'll forget about you. Well, I said you had to pay money. Apparently you paid money as a bribe. Fair enough. Fair enough. You paid money, just not to me. Well done. Go play it, fucker. Every time I close my eyes, I see Duke Gavril's face. I love how she's got a major fucking crust. Sleep will not come. I cannot wait another moment. Cloaked in shadows, I make my way to his castle. The sight of Gavril's chamber window makes my heart stutter. So close and yet so far. Don't y'all live together? But wait, who is that? Climbing up the tower, the shady figure stops by Gavril's window and unlatches the shutters. My treasure is in danger. I must save him. The sounds from the struggle above is the greatest motivator I have ever known. Without a care for life or limb, I hoist myself through Duke Gavril's window. The scene that meets me is not what I expected. Overturned furniture, shredded curtains, and Gavril standing over an unmoving body with a bloody dagger in his hand. Gavril, are you alright? I ask cautiously, as if my words for a spell. He finally unfreezes and throws himself into my arms. Thank God you are here, Matilda! Alright, so... I can just kiss him, and then that's over? Oh, he can become my soulmate! Yes. Absolutely. I will never let you get in harm's way again. Oh, good. Now they're madly in love. Wonderful. I always feel way better when my fucking player character has a spouse who actually loves them. Especially when they're a woman. I'm like, God, everybody here fucking hates you. I hope your spouse likes you. Ooh, spouse mediates with Orthodox father. My father-in-law finally likes me because my husband was like, dude, she's pretty cool actually, thanks. He's your Chad in distress, he is! Chad. Jeez, you're pretty far in line for this inheritance, dude. Look, your dad will be around for a while, and he looks like he fights. You look like you're someone who fucks around in the army, so you don't look like you're an issue. Honestly, though, it's just mostly important that he has the claim. As soon as his dad dies, I'll probably go to war with his brothers on his behalf. Because this, right next to the Byzantine Empire, we want that bit of diplomacy, and we want to be able to do more things. Friendly exchanges? Oh, my spouse's excellent diplomacy skill. Look at my spouse go. So, with this is essentially what I can make my spouse do. So assist ruler just gives me flat buffs to all my skills, based on what his skills are. Whereas I can make him focus on one thing entirely. So for example, if I was like, oh, you know what? Because I want to focus on, like say I was doing stewardship and I was like, oh my god, I want so much more money. I could make him just manage my domain and give me just a flat buff to stewardship. He also has an amazing diplomacy. So I could have him give that to me as well and just stupid stat my diplomacy, which if I know I have a diplomacy challenge coming up, I will absolutely do that. Good, good. Things are getting built places. Check on my capital. Got something else built here. Gotta wait a little bit actually, because I wanted to do barracks here, because getting just a fuck ton of troops in the capital is never a bad idea. Newborn son! Okay, when the first contraction started, a great calm came over me. There was no room for my worries from before. I was about to perform one of St. Bridget's greatest miracles. After a long but glorious struggle, I brought forth a perfect little son. One day, child, you will carry on my legacy. What name would befit such a mighty lord? Named after my ancestor, Bonifacio, Alberto Arto. I love how this one's two names. I haven't actually seen that before. I like that. So nice we named him twice. Alberto Arto. Welcome to the world, boy. He didn't get any of his father's skills. That's a damn shame. Well, hopefully he gets some good stats. Hopefully he starts working up to be impressive boy. I can declare war on the Pope. Always an option. Let's actually see. So the good thing about CK is because so many things overlap with each other, there's so many ways to get to the same menu. So, for example, if I wanted to check on my relationship with the Pope, I could go to the papacy and then click on the Pope and then check to see if I could ask him for gold, which I won't be able to do for another few years, both because I don't have the piety and because there's a timer on it. You can only ask for gold so often. But if I wanted to, if I wasn't right next to the Pope, say for example, like if I was looking at something way over here and I was like, oh, I don't want to scroll all the way over there, I can just go to my religion, which is Catholic, and it'll show me the head of my faith, and then I can just see the Pope to talk to him. So there's a lot of ways to do things really kind of intuitively and get to the same place in multiple ways depending on what's convenient and kind of what you're looking at and the information that it correlates to. So I can't ask him for gold, which means there's no reason not to pick a fight with him. But I do want more soldiers. Do want more soldiers, yes. Barracks. Work up the barracks. Good, I've got 3,064 troops, and he's got a little under 2,000. 6 knights. What are my knights looking like? Can't recruit you to court yet because I don't have enough money. I can recruit you to court though, so I will. 10 gold, yes. 75, yeah. We will recruit you guys in a second. We have the money. Other decisions can be made. Like, go on a pilgrimage, that shit's expensive. We will not be doing that right now. Going on a pilgrimage is a great way to get a fuck ton of, like, prestige and story options and etc., but it's cost so much money. Rated. Alright. Intrigue. Okay, yeah, I don't have any schemes anymore. So let's get this guy to like me. Hey. Oh, he's not my rightful liege. Like me. Kaiser, like me. Trying to get your liege to not hate you so that you can pay less taxes and just focus on your own fucking, like, countries. I like how I have a child. Who are your parents? You have no parents. Who are you, child? Do you need a parent? You're the only person in your family tree. You just spawned into existence? Could offer ward, or could I? Yeah, I bet you're grateful to come to court. Why is there a 4-year-old child? That's so strange. Okay, we're gonna get that experienced fighter in the court. We're gonna wait and get the really bougie one though, because he's got an amazing prowess as a knight. I'm tripping out about this kid though. I feel like I have to recruit them to my court. That's just a child. Yes, recruit to court. I want this other knight, but I can recruit him while we're at war. We'll wait for the next year to come around, get a little bit more cash. This child! I am so concerned. Yeah, this child is... I'm going to educate you. You are now my ward. I don't know why you spawned out of nowhere, child, but congratulations. I have adopted you. I'm gonna make sure that you are good for a little bit, because that makes me uncomfy. Oh, he's dead! Alright. Well, can you be my friend? Can you like me? It'd be really helpful if you also liked me. Just a random child. Well, I guess you and my son can grow up together. I need to actually educate my son as well. It's important. Council invitation. My vassal is an influential duchess. It is only fair that you have a voice in my council. In recognition of this fact, I hereby offer you the position as steward of the Holy Roman Empire, except... Lol. I got a good stewardship skill, so I'm getting a council position for a skill that is not even my character's primary skill. Alright, it is the first... means the game is auto-saved. Well, let's go see about this war for a duchy. Oh, I don't have enough piety. Oh. I don't got enough clout with the church. That's so funny. I like that you have to have enough clout with the church for them to even acknowledge you trying to pick a fight with them. And I'm apparently too small fry to matter for such a lowly conquest. You were always there for me, and I hope you know that I am grateful. My ward Lamberto approached me in a rare moment of contemplation. That is what it means to be a guardian. Aw, me and the random street child I adopted are becoming friends. That's so sweet. New perk for the diplomacy lifestyle. Heart of the family. Yes, close family. Plus 15. Y'all will like me. Well, damn, if I can't pick a war with the Pope, I'm gonna have to fucking pick a fight with someone now, aren't I? How else are we gonna end up with more fucking land? Alright, fabricate county. Fabricate a claim. Where can we lie and say we should be able to have it? Yeah, let's pick a fight with Pisa. Counselor's gonna work for a little over a year to try and be like, no, I should be able to own that. That should be mine. Luckily, I'm making a decent amount of income, and I should be able to just keep funneling a massive amount of money in. Well, I think my physician... I remember... Court... Novice physician, yeah, you're still decent. You've gotten better since I hired you, which is a relief. This other fighter. Make sure my knights... Yeah, force, and force. You 4 are statted as shit. You 5 are statted as shit. And you are obligated to go to war. I am sorry, but that is why I hired you. A commoner of Swabian heritage has been accosted in the streets of Florence over some minor offense. By making a statement in their defense, I could perhaps convince my liege, Kaiser Rudolph, the equally Swabian of my good character, but I might risk alienating my Italian peers. Oh, they are good people. Why does it cost prestige to just say that minorities are good people? Sometimes CK is like, yes, this mechanic is how things work, and it's like, yeah, I guess sometimes even in real life it is, it damages your reputation for literally no reason to just say that minorities are good people. So, fuck you, CK. Fair enough, you fucking bastard. When the game gets a little too real. Active election in the Holy Roman Empire. Yes, yes, we're such cool people. We're all such cool people. One of us should be emperor. All of us should be emperor. I don't know. We can't decide. That's why we have an election every fucking 2 years. Low county control. Fair enough. Vassal expects council position. He's not gonna get it, so he can fucking cope. Yes, it's always you. You're always the one that can't stand me. You're the incompetent one I fired, aren't you? Yes, you are. You don't like me because you don't like yourself. Okay. He's the only... Oh, you kinda don't like me. Why don't you like me? Send gift. Costs $100 to send you a gift? That's a little bitchy. Y'all both can cope with not liking me. Alright. So I'm trying to get this guy to like me. I really feel like I need to start making some bigger moves towards some of the other things that I have claims on. So Parma. And I usually don't like to try and get my kids engaged too early, especially because with games like this, especially this early, you're usually not impressive yet. So I try not to like have my kids get engaged because I can usually make them way better matches later. And when you're not this influential, when you get your kid engaged, more often than not, like when you're really powerful, you can be like, oh yes, my young prince son is engaged to your daughter. By the way, I am now in charge of your daughter's education. They're like, yeah, absolutely, that makes sense, solid. You try to do that right now, they're like, you're just some bitch in another country. I'm not gonna let you take care of raising my child. It's like, fair enough. I'm hearing fair points, but I still wish you would do things my way. Waiting for the paycheck to drop. Yes. We will get the siege equipment, so when we do go to war, we can kick major ass. A physician has arrived. Ooh, who is an herbalist. And about the same intelligence as my doctor. And younger. We will recruit you to court. We want you here. We want you here and vibing. Even if only to educate children at some point, we want you here. Living in this country. So, let's move things along a little bit. Let's go a little faster. Okay, Suede, he likes me more. Do I have the claim? Chancellor, do I have the claim? 8 months left. So fast. Check some of the big guys. Ooh, 19-year-old Prince of France. Plot twist, just seduce him. Honestly, that's not a bad idea. You have a kid. Oh, I'd piss off my spouse, obviously. But not a bad idea in game when you're that close to the same age. Go and like seduce someone of that like level and be like, well, my kid has a shot at your title whether you like it or not. So yeah, why not? This is for stream. Let's just get this off the rails as soon as possible. Let's see if we can seduce the King of France. There's no chance. He's not interested. Fair enough. Philip does not see an opportunity. And my rank is lower. Fair enough. Prince Hugh of France. I do like sometimes when you're like, I'm gonna seduce this person, and the game's like, actually, they don't want you. So let's clarify that. Ladder match for the title. Ironically, there actually is a stat you can take, or a skill you can get through the stewardship tree that's a claim throne. Which, yeah, it actually genuinely reminds me kind of like the way wrestling works, because it's literally just like, you have a title, I want the title, we're fighting next Sunday, and it's like that kind of energy, except it's like, oh, you're the King of France, I should be the King of France, I'm gonna fight you at your castle in a week. I'm going to. And, yeah. So, you can end up just stealing the title from your liege. Because you're so good at managing titles and managing money that you can just be like, no, it should be me. And the people around you are like, it kind of should though. Deft diplomacy. My Chancellor, Count Arduino, has worked very hard to convince our neighboring realms and vassals that the peace treaty I entered with Duke Robert of Apula is flawed, illegitimate, and unfair to me. I am once again free to declare war upon him as I please. Nice! So in other words, this dude that we just got into a fight with, and I took his land, I absolutely could pick another fight with him once I have another claim. So once I get the claim from Pisa, and I can start that war, yeah! Oh yeah, sorry, dude, I'm gonna take your country. Once I can get that bit of land, I can just start making fake claims over here and gradually start taking that land as well. Steal all the things. Hustle, hustle, hustle. I like how the game's moving so fast right now, and it's still like, not many events. Heresy, Iconoclasts in Mercia. Duke Edwin of Mercia has announced to the world that he and his vassals have converted to iconoclasm. Having become disillusioned with the teaching of the Catholic priests, the nobles of Mercia no longer consider the clergy to be righteous and true. As iconoclasts, they believe their new faith properly aligns with the will of God, and they are distancing themselves from former religious institutions. What is iconoclasm? Tell me about it. Believing that any use of spiritual symbols violates the second commandment to not make any graven images, the iconoclasts seek to destroy existing religious iconography and reject the creation of new ones. That's cool. But I think she's gonna stay Catholic. What twisted mockery of our faith is this? So yeah, she's gonna stay Catholic. Mainly just because the Pope has a lot of money very often. Speaking of which, can I ask him for money? Popey boy. Oh, Pope Alexander! Nah, I'm not pious enough to beg him for money. You must be this pious to beg from the church. Honestly, the fastest way to do that is probably to build a temple. Duke Mihalo has been of real help the past few days, aiding me in my efforts to strengthen the realm's ties with our neighbors. He's just offered himself again to help me gain Duke Casper's trust. It's so hard to find someone one can truly rely on these days. Oh, I could become his friend, or I can get lifestyle experience. I want to become my friend. Having someone who's a duke who's actually my friend is actually a really solid thing. Money, 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 money. Where's the empty holding here? Right, this holding can be a castle. How much will the castle cost me? 250. That's not bad. We might get another castle up and going. The only thing that's gonna affect my domain. Oh, it's technically above good. I wonder what bumps up domain limit, like how many more I would need for it to go up one. Greetings, Duchess Matilda of Tuscany. I've prowled through documents both ancient and of less certain Provence. I finally have enough material to make the case that you are the rightful lady of the grand city of Pisa. Indeed, I could even argue you the rightful lady of the Republic of Pisa. Yes! Present my claim. Yes, all of Pisa will be mine. Ooh. But it's a little debt. It's a little debt, but we gonna lose that debt at the end of the month. Oh, there it goes. Okay, that's great. That's great. The really amazing thing now is because now, especially because my firstborn kid was a son, he's gonna get all of this guy's titles too, and claims, which means I don't have to really get rid of titles anymore unless I want to. I can just start loading titles onto my husband, and after I get my kid engaged, I can start loading titles onto him. I just have to be careful about doing it when he's so young, because once he's been a ruler with his own title for 10 years or more, I have no control over who he marries, which makes sense. You know, you've been a ruler that long, you get your own autonomy, but it's really inconvenient when you kind of do that and then forget, and then you're just like, I need to make sure this kid gets married to someone proper, and they just marry someone with like the worst fucking stats, and you're like, no. And then you check and you see that they're in love with them too, and you're like, no. So, it can be really frustrating when they go off and do the wrong thing. I can declare wars. Duchess Matilda, my dear morsel, your valor is like wet mud. I really want to see you, that I may know the depths of your love. You and I belong together. Signed, Duke Gavril Mihalik of Tuscany. I like how he can be like, this is the silliest thing I've ever read. I know he means well, but that poem, this is so sweet. Alright. Let's declare war. Alright, so we gotta get the rally point. Gotta bring it over here. I always feel kind of really guilty when I pick on Pisa, because they're never ready. They're all about their allies. They're never ready. Like, look at this. It's just bullying. let's get these 3,000 troops in, tackle their total of like 500 troops. Oh look, they're gone. Now we're taking on the fort. Because I got that siege equipment, now we've got an actual .4. Shit a day, we got men-at-arms and besieging soldiers. Small breach in the wall, which means, oh, they came back to fight me. As you were. 50%, because we already took all their units. Small city castle, it's only 175. That's not even a proper castle. Yeah, it's a 1. Well, we breached their walls, so we'll be able to make quick work of them. Jeez. Absolutely overtaking these poor people. Run, 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 run. Run, 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 run. Run, 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 run. Get that city. And, so now we have more land again. To the abhorrent Matilda, may your years be short and miserable. You are a much greater foe than I imagined. In order to put an end to this bloodshed, I will comply with your demands. So be it. Alright, so we can disband this army. Because, we're not fighting anymore, and they will suck up our taxes. Now I'm over my domain limit, so I have to give some land away, which is understandable. I should grant Pisa to someone. Because it doesn't have a castle yet. But, yeah, because it has a temple and a city. They don't even have a castle. They need to build a castle. I'm gonna build a castle. But it says I should grant the county to someone. So I might do it to my kid? So let's see if I can find him a spouse first. The problem is he's a literal infant, which means I don't want there to be an age difference, like, at all. That's actually really great. And she's in alliance with who? Terracina. That's really small. Where are you? In my country? Ah. Actually, that's really good. Usually you can't find people with that strong of stats. So yeah, we're gonna just go ahead and get him engaged so I can start giving him titles without worrying about it. To the sensible Matilda, I gladly accept your betrothal proposition. Your son and heir, Alberto Atto, will be betrothed to my daughter, Lavinia. Ooh, the stuttering, it's kicking in. Okay, so he's betrothed. Pregnancy, a child is growing in my womb. My husband, Duke of Rome, will be proud. Good, another kid. It's for the best. Heir in the spare. Heir in the spare. Cool, so if he's getting engaged, I can just grant him a title. Ooh, because I have the duchy, my realm control, right now my realm size is at 17. When that gets to 30, I believe, is that when I can make the kingdom? Found a kingdom. Yeah, I have to get it up to 30. So if I expand out a little bit more, I have to expand out and demand independence. But that's okay. We'll figure it out. My son and heir Alberto Atto is an unusually calm child. When the others play their wild games, Alberto often withdraws to some silent corner. He does not speak a lot, but I can tell he is always thinking about something. I wonder what's on his mind. Good! Learning goes up by 1 because he's groomed to rule. Cool, so yeah, I think I'm just gonna already... If I bump up my son to a duke, he's the same rank as me, but that's not the worst thing in the world. probably be better to bump up my spouse, though. Yeah, so he wouldn't be my vassal anymore. He would be on equal footing with me. But I'm pretty okay with that. Yes. Ooh. Good. Hopefully he's smart enough to build a castle there. I don't have control over it anymore, but I hope he knows. But cool, now he's not my vassal, now he's like my equal in this county. Which is fine. Means his lands are technically a little separate from mine right now, but that's totally okay, because my kid's just gonna get them back. Yeah, it's in line for titles. I don't have enough prestige to pick a fight with the Pope yet, but it will happen. Greetings, Duchess Matilda of Tuscany. I have heard good things about you, and I am interested in starting a written conversation. I hope that this letter finds you willing, for I am awaiting your swift reply. Oh, start receiving letters from. Who are you? Duchy of Luxembourg. Where is that? Yes! Start exchanging letters. Let's be friends, dude. Always good to start making friends with people. It's at the point where, especially since my kid already got engaged, I'll probably start trying to, if I have other kids, which it looks like she will, start trying to marry them off to other people throughout the Holy Roman Empire, because then there's a chance that one of them could just straight up become emperor, because that's how the Holy Roman Empire works, is if you're just a dude that has a lot of power, you could just end up going straight to emperor. Thank you for your swift response. I am looking forward to our correspondence. Please, I implore you, pick the first subject for us to discuss. What do you like to talk about? You like to talk about intrigue. Please tell me about the rumors at court. Tell me about everything that's going on in your neck of the Holy Roman Empire. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break real quick, grab something to drink and grab something to eat. I will be right back. right, wonderful. Cool, cool, cool. Pardon me, big sippy. All right, wonderful. So, get my little snack pack, my little grown-up Lunchable. Okay. So, oh, my liege is off picking fights. Oh, France and my father-in-law are at war. Or country, interesting. The things you see. All right. So we snatched that. Can't snatch anything yet from the Pope. Getting Venice would be a good idea. What's going on with the Kingdom of Croatia? Got a young boy. It's the heir. It's important. Good to know. What's going down here? So many people. Okay, well I think we just need to keep fabricating claims right now. Places I already have claims on. Try and steal this because we've already been in a fight with this guy and I know I can take him. So if we can just take a little more from him, that would be for the best. So funny, the game hasn't even hit the ground running yet with this pacing because when you get to the point where the game's really going, it's like bam, 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 like so many things are happening. But the game just started in the scale of how long this game really takes to play. So, right now the entire world is like, I'm sorry, who are you? Like, our renown is still in, like, obscure, so nobody gives a fuck about us yet. Greetings, Duchess Matilda of Tuscany. To think that you would ask about a subject so dear to me. You truly know me better than most. That's why you check the skills. Since you have indulged me so, I must ask if there's anything I can do for you. Perhaps we could arrange a trade deal. Yes. Fuck yeah! That's really exciting. My relief is great, my joy even greater. I have given birth to a perfect little daughter. Who will you become, my child, and what shall I call you? I could be Nepotist and name her after myself. Beatrice. I think I will, actually. Men do it all the time. Little tiny daughter, Matilda, after me. And if for whatever reason she inherits, she will be Matilda II. Also, since we know, hey, your son should marry my child. Won't accept. Oh, my dear daughter is club-footed. Oh no. That's okay. You don't have to be a fighter. All right, another skill. Befriend, that can be really helpful. Personal scheme success chance plus 25% against family members. So in other words, if I'm trying to like sway someone or get someone to like me, it means that I have a better chance of making them do so. I think I'm going to use the befriend scheme though, because I think that's the best way to start manipulating ourselves into a stronger position of power. Can I ask you for yet? Nope, still don't have enough piety. I should build a temple, that'll probably help. Probably help a lot, actually. We'll go to Rome. We want Pope to like me more. So this one I know I want to build a castle, because that's already got a city and a temple, and I remember that. Whereas this one needs a city, which is also big money. Big money. So 400, yeah, because it's close to the capital. It's in my main province. Fair enough. So I will need like 400 gold to make that happen. To the loathsome Matilda, I have been corresponding with your chancellor, Count Ordino, and it's been a shameful diplomatic display. You are not the woman I thought you were. Signed, Duke Berthold of Cathrinia. This has to be some terrible misunderstanding. Or Corinthia, I can't fucking pronounce things. You don't like me because male-dominated, foreign culture group, and diplomatic incidents. So big part of why you don't like me is because you're misogynistic and racist. Sounds like a you problem, sir. Greetings, my sensible liege. I hereby invite you to a feast at my court in Parma. It will be a grand affair, worthy of your honorable presence. It will be my pleasure. Every guest is gathered in the great hall, and our gracious host, Count Ardino, has welcomed us all to the feast. I look forward to this. God, okay, that's gonna take so long. Wasn't it cheaper to build a castle here? No, you also took 400. Then where was it cheap to build a temple? No, I think where it was cheap is it was cheap to build a castle in Pisa. That's probably what I'm remembering. Yeah, there's no additional holdings here. You could only be a city. Still cost 400. City, yeah. Okay. Okay. What decisions do we do? Can we do anything interesting? Not yet. As Oberto's eyes widen at my words, I realize what I have just said about Count Ardino. I struggle to push my tankard away. I have had too much. I try to get up, waddling a little. Don't trust a word I say. What have I done? Oh no! I outed Count Ardino for being gay! Oh no! I drunkenly outed him for being gay at a party! That's so bad! Oh no! It's at his party! What started as an ordinary feast became an exceptional one, thanks to the presence of Count Ardino. We spoke all evening about all manner of subjects, and as things have it, we seem to have a lot in common. I had such a good time with him. I told someone who shouldn't know that you were gay. I'm so sorry. Oh, bisexual. Oh wait, no, sodomite! You're not gay, you just like to be pegged. Oh, I outed you for being a bottom. You're not even gay, you're just a bottom. You're just a heterosexual bottom. Good for you knowing what you like. A shameful truth has reached the light of day, according to Catholicism. My vassal Count Ardino has had an extramarital affair with his lover Clotilde. How could he defile the sanctity of his marriage? He found someone else to peg him because his wife wouldn't. I'm sorry, I have to arrest you. Oh wait, not you. I just have to arrest your girlfriend because you didn't do anything illegal. She did, because only women having affairs is a criminal offense in Catholicism. So I imprisoned his girlfriend. But he's still fine. He's still running around. After having spoken over dinner for a while, Count Ardino leans over and tells me he finds it impressive how knowledgeable I am about so many different things. He recognizes the true intellect, I see. What a feast! I will remember the days I spent in Count Ardino's halls for a long time to come. Now it is time to wash off the traces of merriment and wine and once more resume my duties as the lady of the realm. Farewell, my chancellor. Oh, that poor man. I just completely outed him for being a bottom. That's so disrespectful. That's so straight up disrespectful. I can't believe I did that to him. And I can ransom her. I'm sorry for arresting your girlfriend. Can I have 10 gold? I can. Thank you so much. Alright. Getting more money though. Should probably work up infrastructure. I just want the other castle. I can make so much more money so much more quickly if I have the other castle. So many things.
This place has nothing. No wonder they're not making like any money. I want to save money, but it's probably way faster to use this money to work shit up. And mark my taxes up. Because the castle also comes with a title. So that would mean I have to give shit away too. So I should probably work shit up until my stewardship jumps up again. So yes. Duchy, I do own the duchy building though, so I can build something else. Ooh, this one has a lot of options. I can do a military academy, which would raise my knights. Ooh, and it would drop my gold army maintenance. What's my army maintenance percent at right now? Not that high. Pay marches, works the fort up, that's great. A lot of soldier-based benefits. Same with siege work, sieges, fort level. The armories, so levy size goes up 20%. So if I made this a military place, that would be crazy solid. Honestly, I wonder, because there's this special duchy building for my capital that I haven't done yet too, and that's where I'm putting all the military shit. So yeah, as the levies for this goes up, this is probably the place to have the royal armories and just have that levy size jump the fuck up. Ooh. On the inverse though, tax offices. Funnily enough, I've done leisure palaces in a previous playthrough and it paid off like so much. Like the prestige, stress can become such a big factor when you're running shit like a giant empire for your character. So having just the passive shit in the background, there was definitely a point in time where I was like, God, I didn't do any military shit here. What did I waste this shit on? And I looked and I was like, no, yeah, that helped. God, tax assessors, I have a feeling that does a lot of shit for that. Royal reserves. Development growth, that's nice in popular opinion. I think royal armories is probably the best one to have in the capitals though. I just don't know if the flat, it's 20%, it's not 10%, it's 20%. Yeah. I think we're gonna do that because it's all the holdings within the duchy. So when this ends up getting it, this ends up getting holds, and I think we put a second castle here too, yeah. So that just means this duchy, which is my capital, is just gonna have fat stacked levies, which is what I wanted in the first place. So that should be pretty fantastic. Hey, bro, how's that claim coming along? Like, we hurry on that? Right, I don't have an available spouse now because he is in charge of his own shit. So that's kind of a bummer. I don't have his stats to help with me anymore. That's the downside of giving him a title. But now he's actually able to do way better shit long-term for himself, which would be way, way better for my kid because that dude had like no social mobility. He just better not be stupid and have an extramarital affair. That'll kick his ass. Ooh, faction that created against the Kaiser. Cool, he seems to like me much, which is good. And he respects me, which is even more important. Oh gosh. Now we're at the part of the game where it's not necessarily gonna, it's still gonna tell me shit to do, obviously, but I have to kind of find things to make them happen. Will you marry my daughter? Will not accept why. They have too many alliances is the main thing. My opinion is still pretty high. Prince Robert's own marriage. Oh, is he currently in the process of getting engaged? Oh, pregnant again. Good for her. How would you marry? You say you have your own marriage. I don't understand. Oh, Prince Robert's own marriage as in this is his marriage, so he's being way more picky about it than he would if it was just him marrying off a courtier. Okay, but he's not totally opposed. That's wiggle room. So he might like Matilda more as time goes on. She's just not impressive right now. Just want my kids to have chances at other titles. Too many alliances, like he doesn't care for how popular you are. That just means that because if I have too many alliances, that means there are too many people who could ask for my help in a war. So if he really, really needs my help, and he only has like 2 alliances, me and someone else, and he's like, dude, I'm getting my ass kicked. I need you to come help me. He doesn't want me to be like, yeah, dude, I'm sorry. My troops are split between like 4 wars right now. Can I offer you 100 soldiers as opposed to like the full force of my units when he needs help? So I can kind of get that. He's like, you've made too many commitments and I don't think you could actually follow through on any of them. Which is fair. Which is definitely fair. There have definitely been times in this game where I'm like, we have an alliance, but that looks like a you problem. More construction needed. Wanted this area to be really pastoral. Yeah, farms and fields. Gotta love farms and fields. Upgrading these guys is not that expensive, which is great. This one's got all... Oh, right, it's got the trade place. So doing the outpost is probably the best. Between the logging and the port, having outposts so they don't get jumped is probably the best possible answer for them. Run, game, go. Good, 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 good. We've got the claim. See it done. Oh, look. Oh, I'm in debt. Oh, it cost money. That's okay. We fix. We get money soon. Debt's not that big of a deal at that small amount with that much of a monthly thing. Oh, 2 people think I'm not their rightful liege. Ooh. Who thinks I'm not their rightful liege? Interesting. Everyone doesn't trust me right now because I'm slightly in debt. They're like, you look poor. We don't trust that. You look poor. We don't like that. We don't trust poors when they're in charge. It's okay. Next month we're gonna have so much money. Ooh, had another daughter. This one isn't a genius either. Come on, dude. Where's your smart dude genetics? That's why I married you. My relief is great, my joy even greater. I've given birth to a perfect little daughter. What would her name be? Dorothy. Maria, Anna. Trizia. Rita, Dorothy, Sarah, Constanza. I like that one. Tilda and Constanza, my 2 daughters. Alright, come on, fix my debt. Fix my debt so I can go to war. Unsafe highways, that's terrible! But I can now declare war on the fox. I would like more land of your— oh! Oh! You didn't like how much I picked on his ass last time. Alright, fair enough, fair enough. Can you wait a few minutes? I'm getting my shit stacked up too. Where are we at? Okay. Give me 5 minutes and I'll come kick your ass. Luckily, we'll start getting even more momentum. Some currency soon. 3 years, 2 years, 13 months. Start making some money. Yes, give me more piety so I can demand gold from the Pope. My ward Lamberto has been impressed with one of the household knights for a very long time. After finally meeting in person, he has been repeating the warrior's words to himself. Work hard and you can master anything. Indeed, hard work will bring him where he wants. So diligent, that's a great trait. That's a +1 to every skill. He must never forget that part other played his greatness, so generous. All things must be given in time, dear Lamberto. So, like, diligent is it ups his stress, but he's good at everything. Patient will just make him really, really good at learning. I think diligent is one of the best traits that they can have, usually. Because, yeah, it just gives you that flat buff across the board. Look at him go. Look at my little ward go. My little street orphan wandered into my court one day with no parents and no family. My real life maternal instinct showing in that decision. I'm like, why is there a child? He's my son now. It's just a random child with no one to look after him. That spells out responsibility. Alright. Let me do something. Yes, call a hunt. Go on a hunt. You'd think it a creature from myth, perhaps a god disguised in animal form. It was the largest hare I've ever seen. Even after the beast was wounded, the chase lasted half a day. It's still an imposing sight lying dead before me. Damn! 1 fucking rabbit for 100 gold. Could do that. A beautiful trophy made for my husband to be stuffed and sent to the Pope. I want the money because neither of those men are worth currently impressing. My spouse loves me, and the Pope likes me enough, but couldn't give me gold even if I wanted to, so it's not worth it. The hunt is drawing to an end. We mount our horses to leave the farmlands behind as the servants prepare the hare and the other game for the journey back. In spite of our difficulties along the way, the hunt went very well. We returned home invigorated. Good. I am becoming a more impressive person as time passes. Why aren't any of the kids geniuses? Where's this? We even got Patriarch. We're literally working towards the same fucking skill goals. Where the fuck? This is a damn shame. Okay, at least we can get a new perk. Malevolent intent. Sway scheme power. That is funny. Confidence, yes. Every friend means less stress gain. That's a great thing. Your friends help reduce your stress. I think that's a cute skill. Oh my gosh, I gotta start getting some more temples. So I start getting piety. So the Pope likes me. The Pope doesn't really like me right now. Ha! Temples are cheaper. Cities and castles are 400, but temples are 360. Okay, okay. I think that piety unlock would be nice. You're already pregnant again? You just popped out a child! Good for you, ma'am. Yeah, no wonder you're ill, girl! What the fuck did you think was gonna happen popping out that many children that quickly? Duchess or peasant, high or low, it does not matter. In the end, we are all mortals. I was reminded of this as I woke coughing in the early morning hours, a dull ache pounding through my head and throat. You seem to be under the weather, my lady. I know a fair number of suitable remedies. Ooh, you're only in a decent position. Do no more than what is necessary. I'll trust you. Clorinda entered my chambers with an earthenware jar cradled in her arms and came to sit by my bed. She pulled a leech from the jar and gave it a most tender look before carefully placing it on my face. Remain still, my lady. Better not disturb their feeding. The leeches turned out to be just what I needed. For now, the worst of my symptoms are alleviated and the world seems a little brighter. Excellent work, Clorinda. That's the funny thing about leeches. LOL, there's already a tax break for religious buildings. Yup, majorly. I like how leeches, though, got a reputation for working in, like, the Middle Ages. And it's like, yeah, I guess if you suck out so much blood that the leeches literally took the infection out of a certain part of your body before it was able to fully spread. Yes, I'm sure that fucking was very effective, and I'm sure just bloodletting to that same extent. You're like, yeah, sure, let's just get rid of the infected part. But, like, that's not conducive. That's not working the way you think it's working. Excellent work, Clorinda. I like how the face changes. It's gaunt as fuck. Stop trying to have so many children, dude. Slow down a little. Ask out of faith for gold. Can I have money? Money, please. Money, please. I've considered your plight and decided to grant your request. May these funds help you spread the true faith in your lands. I will use this wealth wisely. Man, fuck your temple. I'm building a castle. Right. But then the title. I'm not ready for the title. Fuck. You'll get your temple. So much. But good. Thieves Guild, you bitches. You absolute bitches. Oh damn it, I'm ill. I would go on a pilgrimage, but that's a bad idea. Oh. As I awoke this morning and saw rays of sunshine falling through my window, it took me a moment to realize I had slept soundly for the first time in weeks. I did not wake up coughing once. I am glad to be well again. Good. Host a feast about it. Damn, 100? That went up. Oh yeah, it's cause our fucking splendor went up. No wonder. Send out the invitations. The guests are gathered in the great hall, lords and ladies from near and far reaches of the realm. The mood is bright and spirits are as high as the feast begins. Welcome, friends. That declare was right. Ooh, good one. My relief is great and my joy even greater. I've given birth to a perfect little son. Who will you become, my child, and what shall I call you? Name him Christian. Give that kid to the church. Wait, what are your scats? I knew it! I knew as soon as I made that joke, I was like, he's gonna be so fucking smart. He's gonna be so fucking smart. Yeah, no, you're not going to the church. Umberto. Baton. Gavril. Got the kid named after me. You could have the kid named after you. He was fucking smart one. I listen intently to Count Ragnar as he carelessly reveals all manner of things. Distracted by trying to get one last drop from his tankard, he is oblivious to how carefully I'm paying attention. Once he realizes, he starts getting up. I'm only rambling. It's not true anyways, any of it. Ooh, but I learned about his lover's secret. Who's the lover? Ooh. Ooh. Juicy. What started as an ordinary feast became an exceptional one thanks to the presence of Duke Gavril. We spoke all evening about all manner of subjects, and as things would have it, we seemed to have a lot in common. I had such a good time with him. What a good evening. Yay! Glad you and your husband are still friends. Very important. Oh, I could go pick a fight for the Duke. Woo! I do not have a military for that. Let's actually start investing in our military a little more. Get some armored footmen. That's a good unit to have. Some light horsemen. Actually building up that army. As the feast is underway and our guests are eating and drinking merrily, Beatrix approaches Gavril and me at the table. This is a marvelous feast. All my compliments to the hosts. Gavril deserves all the credit. I don't want to make him sad. Everyone headed for their respective homes. I am proud to say that the feast was a success. Nevertheless, I am still grateful the endeavor is over for now. Until next time. Ooh, good. Everyone got 20 opinion of me. That's a good amount. And a lot of prestige. Build prestige. Build. Make me impressive so people want to talk to me and give me things. I need to work up my military so I can go take on these guys. And luckily my kids are gonna start getting older because it's when the family dynamics start kicking in that shit starts getting crazy. Because you hear about people starting to hate each other, or this, that, or the other, or people having kids. Like, everyone starts having extramarital affairs for some reason. Like, there is nobody who has more bastards than the prince who is not set to inherit. He is like, what does it matter if I have 7 children? My fucking, noble parent will still fucking pay for him. It's like, I guess. But okay, so because our dynasty has finally gotten impressive enough, we can unlock a skill for the dynasty. So there are many categories. There's warfare, law, guile, blood, erudition, glory, and kin. The kin. Not bad blood. But right now we're already doing pretty decently on fertility, so I'm not worried about having a fuck ton of kids. The only thing is that kid with studious youth, those kids get so many better education traits, and that can be a really big deal. Have you married a horse yet? That's not in CK3. At least not that I've seen. I don't think they put the horse thing back in. That was in CK2. But yeah, in CK2 that happened all the time. The amount of times that I would end up falling madly in love with a horse and giving my entire kingdom to them. Because you went fucking crazy. Usually when I know, it's so funny. I miss it in this game. The funny thing about that is when a fucking horse marriage thing would happen, is it would happen not entirely by choice, because those little like windows would pop up, so like you only had the choices that they listed for you. And the horse thing came out because you were a lunatic, so it was something where you could be like, oh, I have decided that this horse is now a bishop. So you would appoint this horse to be someone in the church, but then you could get that horse to marry you, or you could marry that horse to someone and get that horse to have kids, and then give one of those horses a title. So then when that horse had kids, still with humans, they were having sex with humans and then sometimes human children, sometimes horse children. And so you would have the horse children, and you could get those children to marry into your family, and that's how you could give the Holy Roman Empire to a horse child. And then your game would crash. And they'd be like, you didn't lose the game, but you cannot play anymore. And it was CK2 was wild. That shit was, like, that's the thing, is people try to act like CK is, like, a history game. No. It is a historical soap opera generator, in my opinion, where you just get to be cool kings and queens, but, you're really just doing the most all of the time. Blood is usually where I tend to invest, because congenial traits are no joke. Especially since my kids are coming out club-footed for some fucking reason. Mostly fair, public opinion, hunt and feast cost down. House of Warriors is never a bad call. There's so much war in this game, it's really non-negotiable. Guest recruitment. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go Noble Veins, because it's just always better to have good congenial traits. So in other words, like, this stuff becomes more common. This is so deep. Yeah, dude. The horse marriages of CK2 were something wild indeed. Like, you had to have strategy to give the Holy Roman Empire to a horse, or the Kingdom of England. They could, whatever you were running at the time, you could give it to a horse. It's very fun. What was especially great too is there was, in that same kind of vein of things, there was a toggle where it was only happened in a specific circumstance if I remember correctly, but you had like a pet, if you had a pet cat at the time, which you could get for multiple reasons and have like in different ways, if you had a pet cat and you were in witchcraft and you were crazy, like you were a legitimate lunatic and that was like a skill trait you had, your cat would talk to you when you were dreaming at one point. Like, you wake up in the middle of the night and your cat would be there and he'd be like, I have things to tell you from Satan. And your dude was like, yeah, lay it on me. And I just, like, I remember I was playing the game really, really late at night and I was like, excuse me? Excuse me? But yeah, I think that was CK2. I can't imagine what other fucking game that would be. I think that was CK2. This game, CK is wild. That's why when CK3 came out, I was like, I need it! Because it is just the fucking best. Dude, how's your military? Oh, his military finally went down, but it's close. We're neck and neck. Is your shit only low because you're fighting someone? No. Okay. We're gonna... Off we go, off we go. Oh my gosh. So many things. I just want my military to get better so I can come and kick his ass. I want this county so I can give it to my other son. Unfortunately, I can't give my daughters titles because Catholicism doesn't want women to have power. I'm not even kidding, that's literally one of the doctrines of the religion is you can't, like I can show you, you cannot grant titles. The doctrines of Catholicism does not allow rulers to grant titles to women. Like, straight up. Misogyny says no. And, like, something I appreciate about this game is it can be, like, really honest about misogyny in, like, really, really funny ways. Like, I will never forget one playthrough I had of this game where it might have even been Duchess Matilda, ironically enough. She was playing someone and this guy literally tried to slander her for witchcraft. And then he tried to get her killed because he did an assassination attempt against her. And then he started a faction to overthrow her, almost successfully got her killed in that. And then after all of that, I revoked his title. Because I'm like, you don't get to do that to me and still have power in my realm. Like, you don't get to fucking do that, fuck you. So I revoked his title. And then after all of that, he literally tried to do a seduction attempt on me. Like, after all that, he was like, hey, you wanna fuck? I'm like, you're such an incel! Like, what the shit? But okay, education traits for the kids. I took Lamberto out playing with a bow, and to my surprise, he ran into a wounded doe. When he showed me the animal, its wounds were evidence of a slow and torturous death. Lamberto just smiled. It's just an animal. Sadistic really ain't a good trait for you to have, period. And dread is a really bad trait for you to have. You're not a noble. You're just a Duchess's ward. Shouldn't be fucking with animals like that, dude. Then showed me you could have felled an animal yourself. Yeah, don't be sadistic, be ambitious. Channel that into just wanting to be the best person. We don't want paranoid. We don't want paranoid. I mean, it makes it really hard for them to be murdered, but again, you're not a noble. Be ambitious. Don't be sadistic. Incel revenge. Can you follow other religions? Yes, you can. Like, that's very specific in the game, is you can absolutely convert, and one of the things you can see, because there's many different ways to view, is you can view the world by faiths. So you can see all the different global religions. So you have Catholicism, you have insular Christianity, so separate from Catholicism, Orthodox, Tengrism, Timurism, Turumism. Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm not pronouncing that correctly, and I'm sorry. Sorry. But yeah, there's just a great variety of religions throughout this game, and it's great because they have their own doctrines, and not only that, you can start a new branch of Christianity. Like, I obviously don't have the faith for it right now, but you can go through and specify what you want your religion to be. So when you have enough faith, you can literally just be like, you know what? I know God better than you, and start your own Christianity faith. But you can do that in all of the religions, if I remember correctly. Like, if you're Muslim, you can start a different, like, offshoot of your religion, of, like, Islam, through this sort of thing. So you can decide what you want your doctrines to be, what your rules on marriage. I like how they wrote consanguinity as a way to avoid writing incest, because that is what this is whether or not in your religion it's okay to fuck your sister, if it's only okay to fuck your cousin, if they want if they want some space, or if they'll let you do whatever. Like, that's literally what this tab is does your religion allow fucking that kind of shit? And then you have deviancy, which is people are kinky. Is it okay if you find out that people are kinky? Will you shun them? Are same-sex relations allowed? Do they mind if you kill your family? So if you kill your father, is it just like, oh, that's just a murder? Or is it like a really big deal that it was your father that you killed? Witchcraft, every time I do a religion, I always make witchcraft accepted, because I think that shit slaps. And CK has a tendency to actually put, like, it's a historical-based game, heavy quotes, but there is a lot when it comes to, like, the fantasy element of this game. They're still like, it's a game, there's magic, there's this, that, and the other. So you can do, and I haven't seen the full extent of it, like in CK2, it was like, the way they went so hard with the fantasy element. They're like, you can be in a coven of witches that performs a satanic ritual to fuck the devil and get a woman pregnant with the Antichrist, and then you can raise that Antichrist so they can conquer the world. Like, CK2 went crazy with the kind of shit you could do. CK3, all I've seen so far with the witchcraft stuff on other playthroughs, and I have not been able to explore all of it yet because it's one of those things that you can't really find it has to find you in the game, is the only thing that I'd seen with that was start a coven with your family, and that was literally the first witchcraft quest, and I was just like, this seems sketch. But yeah. Also, for clarification, Catholicism is marriage between cousins, aunts, nephews, and uncle nieces are allowed. And sexual relations between cousins, aunts, nephews, and uncle nieces will not give the incest secret. That's in Catholicism. That's in this version of Catholicism. I appreciate that CK is historically accurate with the way noble marriages with Catholicism really fucking worked in this century. They're like, yeah, Catholicism doesn't care. It historically did not care. Historically, Catholicism is down with cousin fucking. But yeah, there's a lot of other religions too where they will be really harsh about that, where they're like, if you have any blood relation, you cannot get married, you cannot have it. Even if it's like super distant, like if you were looking at the family tree, right? And like This is a tiny family, this is a bad example. You find someone who's got like a massive fucking family tree with a bunch of prestige. Okay, like, if this person's family tree is like really going, and like this person over here had like 10 generations, and this person over here had like 10 generations, and fucking all that, they'd be like, yes, you're from the same house, that's incest. Which, you know, that's logical. Most cultures in this game are not like that. They're like, hey, they have money, you have money, that looks like a good match. It's like, yikes. We let silverfish and human skin suits claim nobility over us. You're not wrong. Dude, okay, real quick though, have you guys ever seen that fucking meme where it's like the face of royal houses? It was so funny. It was like making fun of the fact that every noble within a certain house has like the exact same face, and it was like this really ugly cartoon squiggle, but it showed like this house of Spaniards that did it, that led to like King Charles II, who was like the most fucked up noble in history. Like, that dude was just the textbook product of incest. And like, it was how all of their family had like this specifically weird nose with like heavy brows and like overinflated lips, but it did all of them. And then it got to House of Windsor, which is the Queen of England's family, and they all have the same face, and it's so fucked up because it showed the stencil because her husband, Prince Philip, is her cousin. They're both relatives of, or they're both descendants of Queen Victoria, if I remember correctly. So, like, Queen Elizabeth is married to her cousin. And, like, if you show them in youth, they have the same face. Like, it's so fucked up. I'm like, no wonder their children look like bad, like, copy-paste. It's so bad. Like, it's genuinely so bad that it still happens. Like, even Princess Diana, people are like, oh, she was like the commoner or whatever that fucking married into the family. That's still not true. She was a distant relationship. Like, she and Charles were cousins. And then Charles literally cheated on her with that other chick, whatever her name is. Camilla, I think. And she's also his cousin. They just don't know how to not fuck their cousins. It's pretty wild. Talk about generational trauma. They're still like, there's so many more options, but it's gotta be my cousin. It's really fucked up. Okay, but I can make my army stronger, so I can go pick more fights with more people. Be more of an oppressive asshole. It's so fucked in this game, too, because you get certain things that are like modifiers, like it'll be like, oh, the control over religion in this county is dropping and most people are converting out of Christianity. So you'll literally get the notification where it's like, you have the choice to like beat the peasants into submission and force them to follow your religion, or like let them do what they want. If you let them do what you want, you like fucking tank so many skills because so much fucking industry order is centered around religion. So it literally is like the game gives you the equivalent of like, have success by being a tyrant, or let your kingdom go to shit by letting the peasants do whatever the fuck they want. And I sit there for like 30 minutes and I'm like, what? So what's technically right for the people, what the people have decided is right for them. And it gives me the most genuine moral conundrum. Like, this game is so fucking funny to me because, like, there'll be times when I, like, dissociate while playing it and I'm just, like, you know, clicking buttons, playing the game, progressing it as it goes. And then there are sometimes where I, like, really read what I'm saying and I'm like, this is so fucked up. Like, what the fuck? This is so shitty. That's why they should introduce horses to the royal family. DNA diversity. I know, right? Catherine the Great was on some shit. She was a pioneer. bad history joke. When even the nobility has horsefucker jokes, when actual history has real horsefucker jokes. I wonder if that's why they put it in CK. It very well might have been. They were like, you know, it'd be a great Catherine reference, Catherine the Great reference, it'd be real fucking funny. Come on, give me money. Work that number up so I can go to war and kick his ass. Yes! Yes, I don't know why your troops have dropped so low, but it's time for me to come kick your ass about it. That's your total military strength, but you only have like 1,700 soldiers right now. Yeah, let's go to war. Raise them armies. Girl, you're pregnant again? Girl. I think after this one you get a skill point for that shit. It's the only way if I, it's again with the fucking historical accuracy about misogyny that like makes me like fucking laugh. It's so bullshit, it's so true. One of the only ways to get men to really, really respect you as a female monarch in this game is to get a specific trait called mothered many children, which literally is just she's popped out so many kids, and that's what your religious doctrine and social doctrine says is important. And not only that, she did that while being a competent ruler. So by your own misogyny, you have to respect her. And like, it works. That's like the only way to get to be like a female ruler, where you just stop getting harassed and people stop being like super misogynistic. Like, she's a woman, so she shouldn't rule. If you have like 5 kids, she's like, now what? And they're like, as you were, ma'am. You and your kids got a point. You really pulled all the troops out of nowhere, didn't you, motherfucker? Just gonna get our husband to get involved. And get his father-in-law to get involved. My dear daughter-in-law, of course I shall join you in this war. Our foes shall learn to fear the men of Duke Lysia. Wonderful. Catherine was ahead of her time. My poor husband in that tiny town of shit that's like not a lot yet. But luckily, because I got siege equipment, I am tearing through this fucking castle. Well, they're tearing through one of mine too, so it ain't the best thing. Oh. Try and pop up some soldiers next to me. Oop, new perk. Yeah, better, easier to befriend people. Speaking of which, I need to actually start trying to do that more. You're nearby. Right. Will not accept. Too many alliances. Fair enough. Because I was trying to marry him off to England, right? So smart. He's married now. Shame. It would have been easier to just get my kids on a title. Every birth it gets a little easier, yet I never cease to be amazed by the intensity of the experience and my own strength. Once more I have brought forth a new life to this earth in the shape of a perfect little son. Who will you become, my child, and what shall I call you? Anastasio, I actually like that name, we will go with it. Are you on the trait yet? No. It's 6 kids?! She's gonna have fucking 6 kids for that trait?! Okay, I was like, damn. Oh, my children, for every birth of cordiality in me grows. As I hold my newborn babe in my arms, I am greeted by more warmth and kindness than ever before. I guess I do have quite the impressive gathering of children. Kindness born from birth. So yeah, mothered many children, general opinion 5. Everybody just likes you. They're like, oh, mom energy. Gosh, that genuinely made me so scared. I was like, is it 6 kids? Do they expect you to have 6 kids before they're like, that's a lot? Because 5 is, I think, where you start to be like, I think that's the limit. You're fighting against me too, we should just go take it directly. And I can call my ally, but I won't. Oh, I could ransom someone. We'll wait. You get her back after the war. Oh, you know what I can do is improve my siege equipment, as well as some of my military dudes. That'll give everyone the opportunity to just get a little better. Whew, cut my income though. Being good at fighting people's expensive. Damn, for real? Oh! Okay, so maybe we want some mercenaries help? God damn. That's fucking hilarious. Was my last message censored? Google, don't ban me. I'm literally, every time I try to fucking say something that I think is funny in the YouTube chat, YouTube's like, shut up. I think I'm funny. Dude, Mommy Milkers has me internally bawling with laughter. Something my boyfriend knows about me, but sometimes when I think something is very, very funny, I literally get to the point where I'm incapable of laughter. I'm just like, that's so funny. And that's kind of where I'm at with that right now. So I'm just like, that's so funny. I don't appreciate these dudes beating the shit out of my people. I have one unraised soldier. Raise all armies, just raise one troop over here by himself. That feels like it would be a little mean. Things. Oh, he's defending against someone in the Liberty War. No wonder he's not helping me more directly. Jeez. Rally point. Stay the fuck over there, asshole. Alright. Hopefully... got one soldier. Mercenaries. Oh, a little pricey. Should be able to grab one in a little bit. Raise an army of sadistic children to rule your kingdom. That goes well until they're all dead. Because they all put assassination plots into motion against each other that no longer require their own involvement. And then your entire line is dead. Because they all killed each other. In, like, the equivalent of a domino effect circle. Alberto also seems to be having a difficult time at our latest feast. He's buried his face in his food, and the only talking he did was asking for serving after serving. Keep gluttonous. That drops his stewardship. It was a chore that you simply should have left. Ooh, God, that'll take his learning. It's due to be seen whether you want it or not. Diplomacy and learning. Oh, I'd rather you focus on your learning. Pensive and shy. That's okay. You got a smart. You're gonna have a smart wife. She'll help. Designated guardian. Oh right, it can't be me at Canix. These boys need to grow the fuck up. You're 6. Ironically enough, I think I'm going to apprentice my club-footed daughter to the medic, because if she ends up learning a lot about herbal stuff, that'll really buff her health. Which is very good for her. Try and balance out the traits. No, I'm not ransoming you yet. You get your daughter back after the war. The tiny troops. Come here. Come here, motherfucker. Come here. Lamberto has been asking me for a scopperl for a long time, and I told him I would get him one in 3 months if he displayed more focus in his studies. He simply waved my offer away, saying he really did not care about that. Changing mind is a healthy mind. Lamberto must be caught to take me at my word. Ooh, trusting is bad. Be fickle. Yeah, get him! Get him! Get the motherfucker! Get him! Pick that fight. Eat him. Eat him! Good. Good. Hey! I captured somebody again. That's nice. Dude, you're pregnant again? Fuck. Oh, you know what we need to do? We need to turn off family planning. You need to stop having children, ma'am. You know what? Just... We're gonna even drop your diplomacy one more. Focus on being really famous. That's such a funny thing to toggle. Stop focusing on your children. Focus on your fame. Get your priorities in order. I feel like there's room in there for, like, a really bad joke about, like, the Britney Spears conservatorship, but, like, we love Britney, and that's bullshit. That is pretty much exactly what Britney's father said to her, unfortunately enough. Assault the fort. Take it. Take the stupid fucking fort of... Oh, yeah. Ready to go pick fights with more of my castles? Have fun storming the castle, boys. Alright. Take the fort. Take it. I went from losing this war to winning it again. I'd like to thank the Academy. come on, pick the fight. Thank you, husband, for 3. So, for 2 soldiers and a knight. So supportive. I gave you a city, and from that city, you gave me 2 people and a knight. Ah, you're quick. For every birth, it gets a little easier. I would imagine after 6. Yet I never cease to be amazed by the intensity of the experience of my own strength. Once more, I brought forth new life to this earth in the shape of a perfect little sun. Wasilio. I like that name. Beat the shit out of him. Heal him. I need end this war. Enemy combatants captured. Good, good. Take my little city back. Oh, where are you going? Where are you going? Come back and help, motherfucker. More kids! Seriously, it's so bad. It's so bad she keeps popping out children. More pikemen, more dudes with pointy sticks. Known for dedication to my faith. That's what happens when you build 1 shrine. 1 shrine equals highest leader. I am so holy. Look at this 1 brick and mortar building I have built. Therefore Jesus loves me. White people on a mission trip be like, I have built 1 building, therefore Jesus loves me. This. Take the fort. Take the fort. Good. More fighting people. More picking fights. There's literally nothing else going on in my kingdom. Because I have a very small kingdom. Where we need to build a city. God, 400 gold. Hey! Here's a diplomacy perk. Personal scheme success chance plus 25% against family members. Well, that family's getting bigger, so that will be useful. She is 35 years old, and she has 6 children. What the fuck? Doing all that and running a duchy. Jesus sets that bar nice and low for you, Christian. I mean, he was a carpenter, so I can understand why he might have a slight special affinity for those who build buildings. But at that point, just make him a crafts god. Yahweh, the war god, has Jesus, the arts and crafts god. Oh, 2 council positions open. Alright, who's got the best stewardship? 2! All of you are rocking solid stewardships. Tell me what you're trained in. You would be very happy if I let you on the council, but you're the guy that I fired, and it took a bunch of skill points to get you up to this, whereas this guy's younger. Fine. You're on thin ice, Vital. Fucking trust you. the fuck? Yeah, bro. And fucking fat stats. Alright. I gotta take the other capital since there's other allies involved. My son and heir Alberto Atto has been impressed with one of the household knights for a very long time. After finally meeting in person, he has been repeating the warrior's words to himself. Work hard and you can master anything. Yes, diligent. But generous, patient? No, diligent. Always diligent. +1 to every skill? Abso-fucking-lutely. You want to be diligent, my child. Yes. I want to win the war. Okay. True noble fashion. At war, have been for years. I'm gonna go hunting. I'm shocked all the births were successful. Yo, same. Usually there's some complications. She got sick on pregnancy 4, but she recovered very quickly, luckily. What are you gonna give up for Lent? Trying. Honestly, that's how it might last a year as a practicing Catholic. That's pretty much how it felt. You would think it a creature from myth, perhaps a god disguised in animal form. It was the largest heart I've ever seen, even after the beast was wounded and the chase lasted half a day. It is still an imposing sight lying dead before me. Beautiful in my hall. No trophies for my son. Hunt is drawing to an end. We mount our horses to leave the farmlands behind as the servants prepare the heart and other game for the journey back. In spite of our difficulties along the way, the hunt went very well. We returned home invigorated. It's so funny, I love how with certain toggle options, you can literally just, like, never do anything for your children ever. And they're like, she was the most supportive mother. And, like, the game's like, she was such a dedicated mother. And I'm like, alright. The bar do be low, but alright. When my Gowler brought me the joyous news, I could scarce believe it. My rival, Gerardo, has finally perished in my dungeon. To think that I will live in a world free from that spawn of hell, and to think that I was the one who brought it about, I'm so happy I could dance. Yo, I didn't even remember you were in there, homie. I'm sorry. Dead now. Who else is here? Wait a minute. Calexios, you're the fucker that ran away that one time! And now you're back in my dungeon! Funny how that works! Fucking had to wait for ransom last time and you were like, I don't have it, and then you broke out. But this time you'll fucking pay me, won't you? Motherfucker. Told you I'd get that money anyway. Fucker. Thought he outmaneuvered me, picked the same fight in a different fucking war, and still ended up back in my fucking dungeons. Well, I'm happy my rival died. It reminded me that another actual personal player rival had reappeared. I'm back and in your house. The call is coming from inside the house. That's fucking hilarious. Who else? Back with no revenge. I know, right? No, it really do be like that in CK. You'll be like, wait, who's in my prison? Like, look, I got 4 people I can ransom. You get them back after the war. You can have your friends and family after the war. Assaulting for it. Sounds like a threat. Strong words. I guess we'll go pick more fights take more of the castles. Gotta go take on more castles. My ward Lamberto has come of age, and it is time he's left my care with sufficient tutelage, even if a child that has displayed little natural inclination towards careful planning, such as Lamberto, can truly come to understand its uses. He now knows lots of ways to get what he wants. Most importantly, he is highly aware of the political implications of those wants. Good, good. Till we meet again. Well, random street childs who've grown up to do well. You have a prowess of 7 and you're out here being my knight? Dude, I'm not gonna let you go in. Let's actually resolve this. You're not allowed to go anywhere. You will die. That's what will happen. I did not just spend the last 12 years raising you, random street child, for you to go kill yourself in my current war. You are not allowed to be a knight. You suck at fighting. I'm sorry. Learning, learning, learning. You've got a stewardship focus right now. But you do better with learning. Yeah, we're gonna change your focus. What about you? You're doing diplomacy education? Yeah, you keep running with that, kid. You're solid. Woo! Diplomacy education, you keep running with that, kid. You're solid. Alright, what do you got? Nothing. You haven't made a damn decision about your situation yet. Your fucking stats are stupid good already. Jesus Christ. Oh damn, both of you statted. God, 5-year-old and the 3-year-old both got crazy good stats. Bossy? Ooh, maybe we should get you into fighter training sooner rather than later. I don't have any fighters in this family right now. Well, the good thing is now that you're older and you're about to also be older, I can start worrying about the education of this one. Educate this child. I really should ask my husband to... I literally cannot ask him to educate any of our children because he lives in a different court. Man keeps knocking me up and literally moved to another country. Literally comes over, has sex with me, impregnates me, and then leaves. He's like, I got a country to run. I was like, I'm running a country, I got 6 kids, motherfucker, where are you? Fucking educating all of them, where are you? Motherfucker. He's like, oh, it's a big responsibility. Big responsibility, huh? This tiny country, big responsibility. Oh, I'm running all this. Sure, I fucking believe that. Oh, I see you. I seen it. I seen it. Come here, motherfucker. I just want to talk. Have a little conversation. Yeah, let's walk in the same direction. That's what we both wanted, right? Come here, buddy. Have a conversation. Do you want to talk about it? Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ? Excuse me, sir. Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ? Oh, he's walking away. Dude, come here. They're good listeners. Allied combatants slain. See, this is why, Thermo, you're not allowed to fight in the army. You're a shitty fighter. Oh, we got 5 people to ransom now. And I can declare a war on the Pope soon. Soon. I have enough piety now. Oh, I'm coming for your land, Popey boy. Greetings, my sensible liege. In serving as your spy master, I've learned much about subtlety and observation. I am willing to tutor you in these topics in order to gain your favor. Damn. Cool. Yes, you may have a weak hook on me. That's fine. What would you ask for? A council position? You can have it with them stats. You already have it. Hail Cthulhu! CK's like, I'm feeling a little stuck. There we go. I thought it was gonna crash on me. I was so ready. I was like, oh! Oh! I think once I really... Oh, he has more troops coming. Of course you do, of course you do. My prisoner, Count Raoul, has escaped my dungeons. The guards have nothing to say in their defense, but the damage is already done nonetheless. Fair enough. Fucker. It costs money to get out of the dungeons. Some people pay me, some people pay the guards, unfortunately. Big fight. Oh god, we're losing! And she's pregnant again! Why are you knocked up again? Well, damn. It's all here. That's fine, you can go, you're not important. Follow me. Yeah, I'll look to ransom you back, that's fine. I will ransom you yourself, that's fine. Money, 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 money. One more child! Have you invested in women's health yet? The pill? I just like the pill. Nah, I'm Catholic, they wouldn't let me use that anyway. Go back to the rally point, so hopefully I heal up a little. Army gets more fucking people. Children lack guardians! Oh no, they'll become wild and crazy. What are your skills, dear child? Quite a diplomat. I believe I will still have the doctor watch over you. I think that is for the best. He needs a guardian as well. You're not the one who wants to be more martial. That's your brother, isn't it? Oh, he wants some better stewardship. Well, damn. You can designate a guardian, but this notification is grayed out as unimportant because you have many older children. The game gets to the point where it's like, do you really care about the stats of this one? Like, does it matter? When the game pays attention to the historical accuracy that nobles really stopped giving a shit after child number 3, despite they go on to child number like 7. A scheme at court! My spy master has come to me with grave news. While we do not yet know who, someone is plotting to kill my sister Mathilde. Who are you? What are you worth? Oh. Oh, that's very unfortunate for you, Mathilde. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do about that for you. I'm sorry. You could reasonably lose a child at this point and not notice. According to history, that was kind of the point. It's like, yep, look at all these chickens. Look at all these spares. Oh shit. Okay, so that'll put me at 22. He's at about 23. have in your army? Tell me about the armies. Pikemen, horsemen, bows and arrows, pikemen, bowmen. Okay. I think getting some horses in to help be a good call. Spend money to make money. Oh, would you look at that? Feeling a good bit more ready now, aren't we? Y'all better follow me. This cockiness only works if you participate. Hey, buddy, where you going? Oh, I just want to talk. Have a little conversation. Maybe chat. Tooth breeze, have a conversation. Come here, where you going? Where you going? Greetings, my sensible liege. Your wisdom and mercy are legendary. I have been a good vassal to you, but surely you understand that I have subjects of my own too. My current contract is very restrictive. Surely you can see the wisdom in making you a little more lenient. And besides, you do owe me. Means I have little choice. Fine. So what she did is she manipulated me because I had a hook. So she essentially said, because you owe me, so she blackmailed me, to drop her feudal contract amount. So what that means is like her contract with me as her liege, that gets reinstated every few years. So now as her commitment to me, she doesn't have to give me as many troops. So when I go to war, the amount of soldiers she has to provide for me when I go to war has dropped. All in all, not too bad. Mother, daughter, are you genius? Oh, so many children end up in geniuses. For every birth, it gets a little easier. Yeah, what do you want, 7? Yet I never cease to be amazed by the intensity of the experience of my own strength. What are you this time, kid? Teresa? Renata? Veronica? Lucrezia? Speaking of the, like, not noticing kids, there was a playthrough on CK where I had, no shit, like 12, 13 kids, and it was a chick. It was a chick. It was crazy impressive. It was really fucked up. I felt really bad. She was a monarch. She'd been betrothed for a long time, and it was something where, like, I inherited her dad, and she was, like, already engaged, so I had no control over her marriage. But she got married when she was like 16, so she fucking had like 13 kids. And I had control over her by kid like 5, and I definitely gave like 4 of those kids the same name, and I didn't notice until 2 of them, who were not my heir, but had the same name as my heir, died, and I kept getting the notification where it was like, Jacquard de Canossa has died. I'm like, oh god, Jacquard! I'd fucking go check, and it would just be his 2 brothers, and I was like, oh, the spares, not him. So yeah, the innumerable amounts of children can become very problematic at times. Damn, we got the advantage, and they're still fucking kicking our ass for a second. That's why you call in reinforcements. Sometimes you gotta spend a little money to win a war. As their duchess, my vassals owe me their allegiance. My word is law. But how much is obedience without devotion worth? In times of crisis, a slow response or half-hearted effort can lead to disaster. Can I afford such a risk? Ooh. I will win their unwavering loyalty. I would rather not just directly piss off peasants. War score's only like 8%. What the fuck changed? Are there just a billion more allies involved now? power balance shifted so much? Oh, because they took this guy back, that's why. Okay, I was like, what the fuck? That's the land I'm trying to steal from them. So that's like where the main power percentage for this war is. I was like, damn. Vex is so bad. It was so bad. It was so bad. Where are y'all going? Huh? You don't know. Spares? Yeah. Sorry, y'all. That was weaved through. New perk for diplomacy. Friendly counsel. Each of your friend relations gives you 2 random skill points. So let's see, I'm at 16, 9, 12, 13, and 10. Oh, that went up to 15. That's nice. Jeez, this war has been going on so long in game. This has been a year. Let's see. War started 6 years ago. Remember how I was like, oh, I'm just gonna go take this county real quick. That is not what happened. No ma'am. No sir. Get that city. Get that city. Alberto Octo has been asking me for a ragdoll for a long time, and I told him I would get him one in 3 months if he displayed more focus in his studies. He simply waved my offer away, saying he did not really care about it anymore. Changing mind is a healthy mind, so fickle. Fickle versus content. Pensive, fickle. Which downs his stewardship but ups his diplomacy. Diplomacy's already tanked. We want his learning to be better, so content is the one that will buff his learning and his like relationships with people. So that's probably just the better way to go. Oh, I snatched a duchess. Oh, but her husband can't afford a ransom. It's really unpleasant for her that she married a broke man. No! White piece? You mean all this was for nothing? No. No. I have not fought this war for 6 years. To do nothing, can't afford. He's too broke. He's too broke to get his wife out of a war. Or out of prison for a war that he chose to participate in. Sounds like he has expensive hobbies that his wife is paying for. Enforced demands. Dear greetings, Duchess Matilda. Your wisdom and mercy are legendary. You are a much greater foe than I imagined. In order to put an end to this bloodshed, I will comply with your demands. Goddamn right. Let's disband these armies. Yes, I know I'm over my domain limit, but that's because it's time for one of my children to get a title. God, I should... Okay, now that I'm out of this war, I should fucking look at some of those kids. No. 38? Ma'am. Ma'am, you and I both know that what we're looking for here is 100. So I am going to need you to climb. I'm gonna need you to not. Oh, look, I can ask my head of faith for gold. Popey! I'd like some money, please. Mr. Pope Boy. Money, 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 money. I've considered your plight and decided to grant your request. May these funds help you spend the true faith in your lands. I will ask other counties if they have heard of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I can declare wars. Oh, look, I could ask you! If you've heard of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Ooh. Disabled building, yes, I know it will come back online. You were all part of the Duchy Spoleto. Oh, you're actually part of a different duchy. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. You are one of the kids that I'm not gonna be able to worry too much about. What about you? Can I find you a spouse? I just marry my kid off to my brother-in-law? That's so fucked up. No, why is that the top? Why is that the most relevant option? Fuck you. No. That feels just straight up disrespectful. Because she's club-footed, she has better options. I want to marry her to a man with titles. I could marry her to a genius. No one wants to marry matrimony. Well, then y'all can wait. How about you? Can we find you a spouse? Damn! Damn! Fuck! Fuck, that would be so useful. Alright. It's crazy. I think you're 7. Goes that? Nah. Finding spouses is not always the best way to go, unfortunately, through that toggle. Usually you gotta go fucking banging on doors of other nobles and being like, will you marry my child? Can my child marry one of your children? Is that possible? Is that allowed? You are literally a child yourself. Something happened here. Whenever you see a child in charge of an entire country, something happened here. Princess Anne, Princess Adelaide, Prince Henry. Arrange a marriage. Henry. Will not accept. Too many alliances and marrying down. Don't you look down on me, fucker. Well, the son is already married off, so giving him a county so he can just start figuring his life out is the right call. Give him a little wealth. Although it's like, you have too many alliances. It's because I have so many children, and now I'm gonna end up with so many people being like, I don't want to marry you. I don't want to marry your kids. You got so many fucking alliances. And I'll be like, yeah, but there's so many fucking goddamn kids. Turn alliance with my son. Gotta change his contract. I can't change that. Ah, he's already considering a proposal from me, that's why. There we go. Alliance is formed. Now. Literally being like, okay, so because I'm gonna make you pay higher taxes and you can't bitch because I'm your mother. I gave you this title. You will pay me more money than a normal vassal would because you didn't have to work for this title. Do you understand? And they still tend to be like, fuck you, mom, I don't understand why I pay so high taxes. And I'm like, you don't understand? It's stewardship real low, isn't it? Will lose land when vassal inherits a foreign title. Yes, the title I gave his father. I am aware of that title. I gave it to his father so he would inherit it and be the same fucking rank I am without me having to die first. That way he can still actually start his whole life without waiting on me. That's the kind thing to do to your children. Plus, I want him to become the Emperor of Rome, because when she dies, I would love to just swoop into being the Roman Emperor, which you can absolutely make happen if you just, like, make your son look pimped out as fuck. Because you, a woman, have no say in the Holy Roman Empire. Doesn't matter that you're strong, doesn't matter that you're powerful, doesn't matter if you have all the land in the fucking world. They're like, woman. And so they will, like, not let you vote and shit, because it's the Holy Roman Empire, so it's a bunch of, like, Catholic men wanking about the fact that they are just men. So... not allowed in. So you have a son who is essentially running around being like, yes, I am the male heir to the most powerful woman in town. That matters. But you being the powerful woman doesn't. So you can, like, make your son with your clout that all the men refuse to actually give you. You can make your son look super fucking cool. And then be like, oh yeah, he's the emperor. And then you keel over and it's just, he's the fucking emperor. I like how split up, though, the Holy Roman Empire is. They're like, there's so much happening. Bohemia. Hold on. Here. Getting my kids. Press a child. Princess and arranged marriage. Will not accept. Soon. Just fucking kills him outright. You definitely can do that sometimes. Alright, work up some of these damn holdings. Oh, actually what I should do is we're gonna go straight to my capital. Oh, I don't have battlements yet. My culture is not currently educated enough for me to improve my castle. We have not learned how to do such advancements. We are limited with our knowledge. Okay. So I can't work up my castles yet. Can work up my walls, which will be great. What else we got? Right. I'm gonna have to build a city here. Now I'm gonna need a little more money for that. Real riches to riches tale over here. No, for real. Ask what nepotism can do for you. Give me the money. What's going on over in England? Got a kid yet I can marry off? He ain't married though. Arranged marriage. Marry my daughter. Damn it. One of these days, one of my kids will marry into England, damn it. One of these days. Alright. Building a city. How strong is the Pope's forces? Not that strong, not that strong. Because, I think we might be picking a fight with the Pope pretty soon. Skip? I did! I started educating Anastasio! As opposed to Gavril, who's 2 years older. The kids are already getting mixed up. I'm already getting fucked up about who's older or younger and in what fucking order. I'm sorry, which kid are you? What's your name again? No, like, which in line are you? That's what's important. That's so fucked. I can't make their deadbeat father educate them because they're in the other fucking country. You'd think the Pope would protect himself better. You really think? You really think? It is really funny. Okay, it's time to kick the Pope out of Rome. It's really, really funny when you kick the Pope out of Rome, because then in your decisions, you get the ability to restore the Pope to Rome. So so essentially it works out like, oh, if your dad, like, took Rome from the Pope, and then generations later you're a devout Catholic, you can, like, be the coolest kid in Catholicism by, like, restoring the Pope, and everybody's, like, obsessed with you. Me, the last time I successfully did that, I permanently kicked the Pope out of Rome, started a new version of insular Christianity that was founded on female supremacy and witchcraft, and then set up my new matriarchal version of strict Catholicism. Because I was like, I'm not just gonna try to make, like, a utopia religion. I want to make something that was, like, just it's the intense foil to Catholicism. So, like, sodomy was encouraged, deviancy was encouraged, like, just go fucking crazy. And so, but no incest, because that was where Catholics were already going crazy, so we reined that shit in. And then I made Rome my head of where my religion was. So I just based my female supremacy, witchcraft, Christianity out of Rome. And then the Pope was like, please give it back. And I'm like, go die. You're not in charge here anymore. Pick a number, kid. It'll help me identify you better. Honestly, yeah. I've started to realize how much Count Bobone and I have common, and how dependable he has been proving himself during these last few months. We should spend more time together. Be my friend. Yeah, auto-saving 1st of January, you know what that means. It's time to go kick the Pope's ass! Oh, no. No, I need to build another temple. No. Damn it. Damn it. Gotta go build another church to have enough clout to kick the Pope's ass. Making friends! Or affairs. Honest to God. I mean, my husband's currently my soulmate, so I don't think my character is really gonna try and fuck around until after he dies. Well, he's being such a deadbeat father. We'll see. Her husband died, so now her lord is like, hey, dude, she's pretty cool. Can you, like, let her go? It's supposed to be 100. You and I both know it's supposed to be 100. Or no, you're not the Duchess. Fine. Fine. I'm guessing. Yeah, there you are. Still can't do it. Alright. One day he'll shore up enough cash for you. For a favor, you're not really competent enough for that to mean anything. What are you? Negotiate release. You work for me now, and I can blackmail you. You can come out of prison. I have no choice but to accept your conditions for my release. You are correct, sir. Come on, let me build a church. I want to kick the Pope's ass. Can I work up this harbor more? Yes. Yes. Upgrade the harbor. God, I want to go beat the shit out of the Pope so bad. That was the person who has an assassin chasing her, I think. Dude, these kids. Focusing on diplomacy, good. You're focusing on diplomacy, good. You're focusing on diplomacy, interesting. Focusing you on Marshall, cool. Too many children! There are 7. It starts to get confusing around 5. Especially when they don't have like a particular order. We got a son, 2 daughters, 3 sons, and then another daughter. Like, it's easy to keep track of them when it's something like you had 4 sons and then 2 daughters. Like, that shit is easy. That shit's so much easier to keep track of all the little motherfuckers. What's genuinely a problem, though, is the way our succession works, which is the Confederate perdition, which is all children inherit equally. All of them. So there's a very important reason my son needs to coalesce fucking power. Oh no, my best friend, my father-in-law. No. Oh, he was such a strong ally. Oh, that's sad. Who's in charge now? Yeah. Oh, that's so sad. Oh. I can't pick that fight. Only my husband can. And I don't have any power over him anymore. Fuck! Shit, shit, shit. Shit, shit, shit. Alright. Damn it. I wanted to go and start fighting for that shit. And he has a pressed claim on all of these. That's good. That means that this guy will still inherit them, at least. Oh, for a second I thought he had more than 7 children, and I was about to be like, Gavril, what have you been doing by yourself in your county? I hereby invite you to a feast at my court in Luca. It will be a grand affair worthy of your honorable presence. It will be my pleasure. Every guest is gathered in the great hall. Our gracious host, Count Vizino, has welcomed us all to the feast. I look forward to this. Promise is a promise. What did I promise last night? I cannot remember what led up to it, but I do remember slapping the back of my chancellor, Count Vizino, and telling him that I would do anything he asked of me. Now rumors abound of the oath I swore. You're already a chancellor. Promise is a promise. The most damaging thing someone can do with a weak hook on you is get a chancellor or a council position that they are incompetent at. Because, like, they're just like, I am the greatest diplomat that's ever lived, and they've got, like, a 2 ability score in it. And they're like, I am so fucking competent! And then they demand that you give them authority. And that only ever goes badly. We could all tell Count Vizino has had too much to drink, even though he insisted on showing us how sober he was. Simply rising from his seat proved too much for him, and I am now covered in stinking vomit. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. What a feast. I will remember the days spent in Count Vizino's halls for a long time to come. Now it is time to wash off the traces of merriment and wine and once more resume my duties as a lady of the realm. Farewell, my chancellor. Damn, we are coming up on her 20th year of being pilot. Damn, she had fucking 7 kids. Damn, I hope for your sake you're done, girl. Ooh, that'll give us piety. We will go on a pilgrimage. We'll go. Prepare for this journey. It's expensive as fuck. We do a short pilgrimage. Sometimes the long ones can be really, really good, but wow. Wow, y'all are hardcore partiers. Dude, right? God. At that age, the idea of drinking so much that I black out is like a horror story now to me at like 25. I could not imagine being 40-something and genuinely partying so fucking hard that I black out. What just happened? Do you just die? Like, God, my body can't even handle that now. I think that would just be like certain death. As I prepare for my journey, I know that I will travel safely under the protection of God. Though I will not be gone for long, I pray for the well-being of the realm in my absence. Me at my council, don't fuck it up. One thing they don't do anymore that they did in CK2 that I loved was there were minor court titles. Now it's just court physician, like your doctor. But they used to have a bunch of like minor court titles you could give to people, mostly just so they would stop harassing you. They'd be like, oh, you want a position of power? Keeper of the Swans, Cupbearer, Lord of Celebration, like shit that was meaningless but it had prestige to it. Like, I loved that. There were fluff roles you could give people. But when, like the fluff roles you could give people got like really crazy because you could have shit where it was literally just like keeper of the dogs. So usually when you went on hunting trips, they were like the first person to get injured if something went wrong because they're like with the animals. But my favorite thing was you would set up a regent. So your regent was your person who you would designate as a player and as a lord to be like, this is the person I trust to run the kingdom when I'm not here. So for female rulers, I really liked it because that stepped in when you were pregnant too. So like when you were doing your regency, usually during the last 2 months of your pregnancy, you would have someone who'd be like, hi, I am the regent that you have designated for times of crisis and times of difficulty. So I'm gonna help you out for the next few months because that's what you fucking told me to do. And that makes sense. So when you would go on pilgrimages, no matter what the gender of your character is, or if you got really sick, you would have someone be like, hi, I'm the person that you said you wanted to take over when something went wrong. I'm gonna go do that now. And I loved that because you could designate your kids as your regent and they would be like your heir. So if you have the ability to designate, like, instead of being like, oh, this is my oldest kid, they're definitely gonna inherit. If you have the ability to choose which of your kids, that's something that you have to set up and actually like make legislation for in the game to be allowed to do it. But if you can give your inheritance to any child, I loved in CK2 because I could take pilgrimages and I would intentionally take a really long pilgrimage that would take like a year of in-game time that would give every single kid a chance to be regent. And that's usually genuinely how I would decide who was gonna inherit, because skills are one thing, but actually seeing how their personality traits, so these guys with their education traits, how they actually act in game, because the little story things that come up, like we're in a pilgrimage right now, so that's like, oh, I toggled a thing, so we're gonna get the story. But when it's randomized, it's randomized not just based off of like what year it is, what's going on, etc., but your personality. So if your character's a fickle person, you're gonna piss people off, or that's gonna benefit you. Like, the things that come up are specifically designated to your character, which is really nice and keeps the game feeling really fresh when you've played essentially 10 generations of the same family. But every single individual, as long as you're playing a family that's diverse, like you're not just playing like, oh, every single person is a mastered steward with a minor focus and intrigue. Like, as long as you're not playing the game as, oh, every single person is exactly the same, you end up with a completely different story arc, not just over the course of the game, but with every individual character. Like, you really feel like, holy shit, they are like their own person. I need a region. Oh god, mood, right? Well, if you forget to name them something different. Yeah, luckily, the thing about the Regency things, that shit only worked if you maxed out at like 5 kids, because you can only usually take a pilgrimage like every 4 or 5 years. So you need 20 years to test every kid's ability. So like, you can't do that if you got 7 kids. I don't fucking have 35 more years to I might, but probably not, to really decide who's capable. Although at this point, pretty much the only thing I can do, if I want, because I could kind of want Gavril to inherit. Oh, he's becoming deceitful. Oh no. That's what he doesn't have a guardian. That's what's gonna happen. But he is set to inherit. But because he's smarter and I want that skill, you can kind of set your other kids up to die. It's like, he's my vassal. So with the really low prowess, I could literally just be like, you're a knight now, you're going to war. And then it's like, oh, look, how'd that happen? My second son, the smart one, is set to inherit now. How'd that happen? I wake to the noise of chaos in camp, but it only takes a few moments to realize what is happening. We are under attack. Bandits are swarming our tents and wagons while our guards do what they can to resist. I could try fighting them off. I could try hiding, or I could make a big fuss and offer to spend money. She's gonna be badass. She's gonna try and fight him off. And she did! Bitch had 7 kids and she's still waking up in the middle of the night being like, who the fuck coming into my camp? And chopping motherfuckers down. That's wonderful. Alberto Otto comes of age. With his coming of age, my tuition of Albert Otto is coming to an end. For the longest time, I was hoping that good tutelage would be enough to teach Alberto Otto the intricacies of any kind of scholarship. All efforts have come to naught, however. The pursuit of knowledge never seemed to properly fasten root in his mind, and now time spent among books and tomes seems to be more of a chore for him than a joy. Fuck. He got no education. My firstborn child squandered his education. Time to focus on your brother. Oh, thank God! Thank God your wife's gonna be fucking smart. She's gonna be smart everywhere that you're a failure. CK is brutal because since it's a game, you as a player just like say shit sometimes. Like, I talk to myself all the time when I'm playing this game. And then I like remind myself that there were real people in history that like lived their life this way, and I'm like, God, you're such a failure. Thank God your wife's smart. You're such a fucking waste of education. I'm gonna go focus on your brother. And I'm like, God, there are points in time where people just said that to their kids. Like, fuck. He didn't learn a damn thing. He did not. Literally, his wife is a genius where he failed. Pilgrims flock to Rome from all over the Christian world. Some follow the Via Francigena, others take less well-known paths. In the end, we all converge here at St. Peter's Basilica, where the great man himself was put to rest. Standing here with the other pilgrims, I sense a feeling of solemn unity and fellowship shared amongst the gathered, all having overcome various trials and tribulations along their journey. I have walked the holy path. 250 faith and piety. That looks like enough to fuck with the Pope. To the sensible Matilda, I gladly accept your marriage proposal. Yes, go get married. Start having kids, and dear God, let one of them be competent. That's the real thing, is when your heir starts having kids that are just straight up stupid, and you're like, I cannot let you inherit. You're gonna run this line to the ground, your damn self. Alright. How you doing, Pope? Ooh, you a little stronger now. Not like enough, though. Got like 28. Yeah, I got 43. Alright. Yes, I'm working. He got the money! I'm so happy for you! Oh. Give him a very stern talk when you get... Okay. Alright. Yeah, I'm sure you accepted that fucking situation, didn't you? Okay. Time to fucking pick a fight. Wait, who else can I fight? Oh. Bro, that's... I'll deal with you after. I'll take on the Pope first. Gain the contested county. Gain the contested titles. Okay, so yeah, so sometimes this game will kind of trick you a little bit. These are the same war. They're 100% for the same amount of land. However, if you go for just the county, that's saying that they can still try and take it back from you later by having the duchy and essentially having the higher title over the county. So you're just taking the land, but they can still be like, well, I'm still in charge of you, so I'm going to take that back in another war later. When you take away the duchy, you take away their right to that claim. So you get both the big title and the land under it. And that's really great. So if I fucking get that title, that's one of the titles that's like missing in what I have, and it's the last piece of the county that is my duchy of my capital, and it's really great to get your whole like duchy together. It's wartime, Mr. Pope. The only problem is taking on the Pope. That castle is stacked. Roma, no fucking joke. Roma is never a fucking joke. My mortal body. Yeah, I bet you feel real fucking sick, girl. Duchess or peasant, high or low, it does not matter. In the end, we are all mortals. I was reminded of this morning as I woke coughing in the early morning hours, a dull ache pounding through my head and throat. You seem to be under the weather, my lady. I know a fair number of suitable remedies. You've gotten better. Do no more than what is necessary. Journey has been a long one, but I've finally come home again. While much remains the same, something has changed in how the priests and bishops treat me. I have undergone the journey of a holy woman, and they insist it has changed something about me, whether I can see it or not. It's good to be home. Oh, she made it worse! When Clorinda entered my chamber, she was followed by an air most foul. The stench's origin was a jar in her hands. A mixture of cow's dung and herbs for your poultice, my lady. When Clorinda proceeded to smear it on my chest, I almost retched. In the end, the poultice did nothing to improve my state. In truth, I think I feel worse. Bad. How do you have so many now? Get your ass in here. Get your ass in here. Ah, okay. He's like, I'm involved. I can't be called on to help with that. Each living child gives you 1 random skill point. Maximum 5, fuck you. I have 7. Give me all 7. Maximum perk bonus reach. I understand. You bastards! Why are you already hired? Ooh, get your ass over here, hubby. Why are you taking the long way around, dude? Can you be like not doing that? Yes, can we focus? Where are you even going? I don't think he knows. Focus on the capital. Hey! That's good at least. No make no money, no spend money. Stay the same. Hoop, your doctor's trying to kill you. Capped you on points per kid so you couldn't game the system. I can kind of get it because like the male characters can just have like an unlimited number of children. And 5 is usually the amount you can usually have healthily. This chick is very much pushing it. The music is pretty epic. I really like the soundtrack in this game. A troubadour at court singing in a voice fit for the divine and delivering prose as overflowing as the river. He soon approaches me to divulge true reason for his visit. Duke of Vril sent me to assure you of his love and to perform for you, my lady. How delightful. Greetings, my sensible liege. Blessing upon you and your house. I have been a good vassal to you, but surely you understand that I have subjects of my own too. My current contract is very restrictive. Ah, he's manipulating me again. Pointage rights. Okay. Oh, we can't let these fuckers get away. Come here. Come here, motherfucker. No more backup troops. Solve y'all as quickly as possible. God, this bitch just went straight for my capital. Fuck. They going for my capital. I can designate a guardian. Process. I was really confused for a second. I was like, who's my lover? It's my husband. I was like, I didn't seduce anyone. Can't call my son in as an ally, unfortunately. Things to pikemen, armored. We're talking about the same shit. Which one did you take? Yeah, one of my kids got taken hostage, and I'm like, which one? Killed one of my counselors, though. That ain't cute. That was valuable. You know what, Pope? It's you. I lost the trait ill. As I woke this morning and saw rays of sunshine falling through my window, it took me a moment to realize I had slept soundly for the first time in weeks. Did not wake up coughing for once. Jeez. Pope is trying to give me a run for my fucking money. gotta go take these assholes on direct. It's a shame I can't get any more mercenaries online. Anybody down to get ransomed? Nope. Nada. Oh no! Damn it, I'm at war right now, so y'all are gonna get what you want. Damn. Grant a tax lien for the peasants so they don't fucking overthrow me while I am trying to overthrow the Pope. Oh no! My mother died! I don't think she had a really good relationship with her mother. I wasn't really aware of her presence in this game, so... You're not what you would call close. It's like my counselor with stacked ass skills died though. Whew! Whew! It's a close fucking fight. Oh my god. Wow. Tight. It's tight. Tear through these other fuckers. They have a chance to all regroup with each other. Oh Lord. Counselor position Marshall. Oh, he died. Wonder how. Alright, I get it. Your shit's kind of impressive. Hold up, hold up. Damn. Looks like you want the smoke? Real question is... That's just dealing with me. Just keep moving. Just keep moving. Fascination of royal prerogative. A new fascination can be selected. Battlements. 36 years because I'm not a learned person. Oh my god, I'm about to get my ass trounced. Got greedy and the Pope's gonna kick my ass. Pope's about to beat the shit out of me. Like any bully, I'm gonna be like, oh, I don't want the smoke! And then immediately turn around and start kicking another smaller kid. My son Gavril has been impressed with one of the household knights for a very long time. After finally meeting in person, he has been repeating the warrior's words to himself. Work hard and you can master anything. I want you to keep the trait diligent, dude. just has a shitty day. Did my marshal die again? Yes, he did. Happens when you put them in direct combat. Damn, the Pope got stacked. Alright, I think the Pope might have my ass beat right now. Got too thirsty. Oh, look, my friends. Coming to join me as I get my ass absolutely handed to me. Oh, here he comes. Oh, I hoped it would not come to this, but I am left with no other option. I must rescind your appointment as steward of the Holy Roman Empire, effective immediately. You fucking the Pope? Y'all Kaisers like to fuck the Pope. You fucking the Pope? You can tell me. Like how he's just sitting over there, thinking about it. I love how everyone's super mad at me for picking a fight with the Pope. It's like, okay, and? Matriarch! I earned it after all them damn kids. Ooh. You know what we gotta do here. Hey. Damn it! Just trying to take the fort before he could show up. They love the Pope. I think the Pope has thoroughly kicked my ass. Yeah. I get it, I lost. Yeah. Greetings, Duchess Matilda of Tuscany. May you live in harmony and contentment. Your ill-conceived war was doomed from the start. I agree to put an end to your folly and accept your surrender. Eat shit. I want to take your whole shit from you later. Oh, thanks for releasing my son from prison. Let's disband my army, because it's taking up some taxes. Funny thing enough is I'm not even, like, worried about that debt, because, like, Is it an issue? Yes. Well, is it an issue that it will just kind of disappear over time? Also, yes. Everyone's just gonna get very mad at me at first. I'm intentionally not being overtly cautious this time around, because like I've played this game a lot of times and I know how to be super strategic with it to the point where it's like, oh yes, you can do that, but it's not as fun. It's not as fun as just being like, you know what? I think I'm gonna pick a fight with the Pope. Oh, Pope kicked my ass, that's not a big deal. Like, it's more fun to kind of just be like, you know what, a monarch's life is just as defined by great wins as great losses. Children lack guardians. Yeah, because I'm busy. Raising 2 more kids. Deadbeat to husband don't help for shit. She's still alive and kicking. She's still looking after 2 of my kids. Who else is here that's competent? God, almost the entire court bracket is just my children. 7 out of the 18 in the court are my children. And 3 of them are guests. So there are 8 people here who are not my child or a guest. Well, I'm pretty fucked with money, but I think I am okay with kind of calling it there, to be honest. I don't mind coming up out of a debt deficit next time, because I don't mind a little struggle in this game. Pope kicked my ass, that was pretty to be expected. Got jumping in next time. I got Oreos that are marshmallow chocolate flavored. That's awesome! Actually, that sounds super fucking yummy. Oh my goodness. Next time when I come in though, it's gonna start being 100% about the kids. And the really fucked up thing is, but she has 9 titles and 7 children. They are so fucked. Like, this fucking little situation is going to completely fractalize if she doesn't get her shit together and get some, like, organization amongst her feral children that is worth a damn. Her counsel is decent, but she's definitely not on the strongest footing. She fucked around, had a lot of kids, and now she's finding out. But yeah, honestly, probably the best thing to do would be to kill my husband, so he starts inheriting shit way faster. But he's only feeling fine instead of good, so he'll probably die soon anyway. But yeah, I think I am going to be wrapping it up here for now. Thank you guys so much for watching. I love you so much, and I really appreciate it. Coming up soon on the channel, we have more Stalker Anomaly, as well as more Fallout 2. And there's a possibility we're looking into trying to set up getting pretty much gaming with all of us, because there's 3 of us, so we want to try and set up some Intruder, which is something that the 3 of us can then play. We're still talking about trying to get a Dark Souls 3 playthrough up and going at some point. So yeah, there's a lot that we want to do on this channel. The gameplay is going to be really diverse, really all over the place, so thank you so much for watching, thank you so much for joining. Love you so much, and hopefully see you next time.